Howdy. Oh, eat the dog. Well, that's not accurate. That's more accurate.
One time I did a nasal cleanse, where you pour
Yeah, that's not what I want to do. It says doesn't say that I'm live streaming. How will the world know? There we go. Now we're good to go. There's nobody here. I'm all alone. Live streaming alone. It's just me and my dog. We're live streaming on YouTube. Do. Live streaming with puppies. You getting down? Okay, there you go. Go that way. Go. There you go. Sweet puppy dog. Yes, you are. You're a sweet puppy dog. Okay. Hi, I'm still here. I'm first. I want my prize. I don't know what prize I have for you. Hold on. No, wait. I gotta think of something. Hold on. I don't have any paper or anything sitting around. Wait, I've got paper on the wall. Oh, here we go. How much of that do I need? There we go. Hold on, sweet puppy dog. Oops. Do you want to come up here, doggy? Because I want you to come up here because you're the sweetest. Yes, you are. And the dumbest. You're such a dumb dog, but you're the sweetest. Hold on, dummy. Hold on, dummy. Here you go. Yeah, he's a baby. Yes, you are. You're the sweetest baby in the world. Oh, and the dumbest dog. He dropped his ball. Come on. Sorry, I'm not prepared. I'm lost and I'm confused. There we go. I need to have more paper laying around. I don't know if this is going to make sense. Purple? It was first. First what? Commenter? I think technically I was the first one here.
reality check.
Reality's so unreal. I'm it's lowercase. Still here. This is not going to make sense to anyone. Oh no. There we go. It's really small. All right. Your prize. Okay. I was going through my... Oh God, I took the roaches out, but I left the ashes in like a dumbass. I should have dumped the... Oh wait, I got a trash can right here. Duh. All right, I was going through my marijuana holder device. It's an Altoid tin. You stupid dog, don't you dare drop that on the ground. Okay. And all of my roaches were very small, so I have to roll another. This is basil. 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 Can you see that? Marijuana. Basil. Basil. Uh-huh. Okie dokie. Boom. I'm still here. You were live streaming the other day, and then I clicked on your channel. It said your name was Amanda. See, I pay attention to stuff. There's not a lot of people that live stream. These are my filters. It's just a piece of paper. You don't say. Are you serious? Well, don't stop now. How does it end? All right, tell me later. Boom. Homemade filter. And what does the filter do? It filters. It filters the basil. Oh no. Oh no. I got it. There was a hair. I don't think you can see it. I don't even know if I'm holding it. I am. There's a hair. Right there. You can see it in my hair. In my basil. Man, I'm about to flick basil all over the floor. All right, here we go. Don't you dare drop it on the ground. Okay. Basil. It's basil. Basil? Who else is here? Brando Julian Windsor. Hello, Brando Julian Windsor. I got a notification in my email that said that you had a Facebook account. And then I looked at it for a brief second, and then it said you had 10 friends on there, and like none of the names were in English. It was all in characters that were not in the English alphabet for the names. See? I pay attention to stuff. I found that I was at lunchtime. I don't know what I was doing at lunchtime at my work. Oh, I remember I had some trouble. I was I was concerned. My daughter used my Amazon account, and she was going to use her own credit card to buy something, and her credit card was declined because she used the old number for her credit card. She just got a new credit card, and she used the old one, so it was declined. And when it was declined, it kicked out I have an Amazon store card. I had to re-verify my Amazon store card. I guess to make sure it was me. I don't have any idea. Some sort of security thing. So it's supposed to be just automatically set up on there, and it wasn't. And it's like, I didn't know what my Amazon store credit card number is. It's not a physical card. It doesn't exist. It's not like they ship you a credit card that you can use to make purchases. You can only use it on Amazon, so there's no reason to have a physical card. So it's like, how the fuck do I find out what my credit card number is if I don't have a physical card? And it took me a while to figure it out, but Amazon goes through synchronicity bank, synchron. I don't know what the word is, but it's a bank. It's the same one that Sam's goes through because I have a Sam's card. Anyway, I wound up going to the website for synchronicity, and it's not on there, that's for sure. But I went to the chat line. You know, there's a chat button, and I just typed in what is my account, what is my card number, and they said we can't give you that information. And then they gave me the information. They literally said we can't give it to you, and then I just clicked one more button again, and then it synchrony sick honey synchrony synchrony. That doesn't sound right. Wait a minute, I didn't put the filter in there. Damn it! Hold on. How do I get this out without pulling out the basil? Where's my scooter over thinger? There it is. All right. That's one of my basil tools right there. It's got a little big old scoopy on one side and a little scoopy on the other side. And I use the big old scoopy to scoot over the end of my stuff here. Is that a hair in there? God, I hope not. I hate it when I smoke a hair. There we go. Now we're successful. Come on, basil. It's so hard to get this thing to go in there straight. I failed. It is not in there straight, but I'm gonna roll with it. All right. Come on. Come on. Did we wrap around? Yeah. We're good. We're good stuff. Damn it. I'm flicking shit on the ground. Okay. Bam. I did it. Eject. Here we are. All right. Scoot over my tray. Those are my roaches right there. I've got a lot of them, as you can see, quite a few. I keep them because marijuana was hard to come by in my 20s because it was illegal. So we smoked everything that we had. We never let anything go to waste, ever. Marijuana conservation was huge. I'm still here says emoji, 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 and Brando Julian Windsor says emoji, emoji, emoji. Nice. Okay. Oh man, hold on. I got a double tap. All right, there we go. Hold on. And I got a double tap over here. Nice. By double tap, I mean go to the thumbs up and press the enter button. You can't double tap on a television, apparently. I mean, you can. It just won't do anything. It's not touch screen. Can you calm down? I just want him to lay down like a good little puppy. He's my buddy. The emojis are money. They are? Well, that made it worse. There we are. Ow! I said ow because the dog hit his head onto my elbow, and I think that might have not been comfortable for him. That's a $sign, and that's a smiley face emoji with a $sign tongue, and then it's at a credit card. I don't know emojis. I don't do emojis. I don't use emojis. Emojis are not my thing. I don't ever type them. I don't ever go to them. They're not what I do. Oh man, this thing is tight, like super tight, like maybe too tight. It's like stiff, man. I think, holy shit. All right. Are you done tearing that thing up, motherfucker? I might have to put a new sock on the dog toy if he starts tearing it up too bad. I know when he tears it up too bad because he stops ripping on it. Now he makes his go, because that means he's eating strings, and it's hard for him to eat strings. It's like spaghetti. But he's trying to get some strings off of it. Let me take a look at it. Give it. Give it. Yeah, we got some strings. Can you see this right here? There's some strings coming off of it, right? Oh shit, you can't see them because I'm wearing black and the strings are black. There we go. Do you see these strings right here? They're coming off, and he's trying to eat those fucking strings right there. Can you see the strings? Can you see the strings? The string, you can't see them now, but now can you see the strings? There's string. Here we go. Can you see the strings that are coming off of the thing right here? Yeah, that's my puppy. That's my puppy right there. He's the best. He's the best. The rendezvous Yoda. LOL. That's not the word, is it? Like, he's being so aggressive with it. I think I'm gonna have to change it out. Damn it. I was just all comfortable too, but he's gonna be a dick pickle. I can just tell. Let go. Alright. So here's how we fix the problem. We take scissors and we cut the we cut the old one off to expose the dog ball right here. It's a fetch. Now he wants the sock. He doesn't want the ball. He wants the sock because the sock's got his, I don't know, spit smell on there. You're a dick. All right, I got to get him a new ball. New sock. Hold on. I'll be right back. Ugh. No. Hellfire. It says Hellfire Club on it. Hang on, fucker. You have to wait. You just all excited. First you turn it inside out, and then you put your hand in it like this. And then you grab the ball with that said hand, and then you turn the ball. Turn it right side in. Right side out. Tie a knot in it. Toss it. And he'll go chew on it for a while. Like, I'll get comfortable and I'll be like, yeah, I'm in the most comfortable position, and then he'll want to come back and lay in my lap kind of thing. Alright. He's codependent. Okay. Ravenous. Ravenous. I can hear him tearing it up in there, fucker. Little fucking bastard. I'm gonna do drugs. Maybe it's really tight. Like, it's really tight. Like, I don't know if it's going to work or not. It's so. Did you hear that? The clickety clackety of little bitty paws. Alright, here we go. You fucking shut up, dog? Alright. You don't want to inhale that first hit, it's all paper. We Evil Jones. I was arguing with a streamer today who thinks money solves all problems. Tried to tell him that the more you make, the more you spend. Your lifestyle changes even if you think it won't. I don't have any money. Then the stress is on to perform high to afford things you now want. So, I don't have any money, but I assume that if I were to say, let's just say I won the lottery, my complex post-traumatic stress disorder is not going anywhere. It'll still be there. It doesn't matter how much money I have or how much success I have or how much anything I have going on. The complex post-traumatic stress disorder is here to stay. I mean, I might have better therapy. I mean, I could probably afford better doctors. But I've heard more money, more problems, but I don't know. I'm willing to give it a try. I don't have money. I don't have any money. I have very little money in the bank, and then I have one retirement account left. I had a bunch of retirement accounts from various jobs, and I sold them all except for one, and it's like the smallest one that's still left. And then so I had to pay taxes and penalties because I sold my IRA accounts early. I had to do this last year, and I had to do it again this year. So now next year when I do go to pay taxes, I'm gonna have to pay out the ass again because I cashed out an IRA. So I'm gonna have to cash out another, which is a retirement account. I'm gonna have to cash out another retirement account in order to pay the taxes of the ones that I cashed out this year. So I have that to look forward to. Super excited about that. That'll be soon enough. And then next year, the year after that, I'll have to pay again for the one that I had to cash out for my. So yeah, that's what I was living on when I was unemployed for a year and a half. I was living on my retirement accounts because I just kept cashing those out, thinking that I don't know what I was thinking. I had broken. I had lost my mind. I had fucked up, and I was messed up. I was very, very, very messed up mentally, and I was in a terrible place. Terrible. Terrible. So, anyway, I assume I'm going to work every day until I die because retirement did not suit me. Well, not working for a year and a half was not good for me. It was not healthy in any way, shape, or form. I should not have gone as long as I did, but again, I was very sick. Not that I'm not very sick now. I am still very sick. But, what are you gonna do? Like if I had, like again, we evil, we evil Jones. If I won the lottery, had a whole lot of money, I would still be very mentally ill. I would just have money to do dumb things. I don't know. I don't even know what I would do. That's the problem. My depression is so bad that there's nothing I want, which is really fucked up at this point. Just like, I was at work today. And this is how I know my depression is bad. And I can gauge it based on my reaction to things. Is that I spent a shitload of time painting this one stuff called designer white. That's what color I was painting it. It was called designer white. It is a bright fucking white. I had to paint a whole lot of pieces. It's for cubicle systems. It's just like hundreds of pieces that were just various sizes. There were small ones, and then there were big ass long pieces that I had to paint in designer white, and that was all yesterday and a little bit this morning. And then I spent about like 30 minutes cleaning out the spray gun because it takes a long time to clean out the spray gun because you got to like clean everything out. You got to wipe it all out. And then you got to run water through it. And then you got to run water through it and dump all the water out. And you got to run water through it again. And then dump all the water out. And then you got to run air through it. And you got to get everything out of the damn gun because I had to paint a different color. And then I switched over to Steel Case Mist. And that's the Steel Case is the name of the company that made the cubicle system, and the client wanted Steelcase Mist, which is Mist is a manufacturer's color. So I had to I'm repainting different sets of cubicle parts and painting it Steelcase Mist. And then as soon as I had finished it, and I'm again cleaning the gun out, that's when and I was in the process of cleaning out the same gun. It was a big 2 gallon jug thing with hoses coming out of it for the gun. And that's when one of my bosses comes up and he's like, "You're gonna hate me," and I'm just like, I'm like, okay. And he's like, "No, really, you're not gonna be happy." And I'm like doing this, like, just tell me what the fuck you want. And he's like, I need you to paint more stuff that's designer white. And it was like another 100 pieces of stuff, and I'm like, I don't care. Like it just didn't make any damn difference at that point in time. I just didn't care. I still don't care. I'm just like, all right, whatever. I'll just repaint it, same gun, and then I'll spend another 30 minutes cleaning out the fucking gun again. But he brought a whole lot more work to me. When I was done painting, and I was gonna move on to something else because I got a lot of other stuff to do. And the reason I'm painting because we're short-handed. That's why I'm painting. But I still have a whole lot of other crap on my list that needs to get done. People need me to do stuff. But I had finished painting, and I'm like cleaning up my mess. Just as soon as I cleaned up, I was gonna go do something else, and then he comes back more. He's like, "Nope, I got more for you to paint." And it's like, whatever. So, and instead of tomorrow me doing something completely different than painting, I will be going right back into painting the same color that I already painted, and then I'll have to clean out the gun again. So he's just like, "Yeah, you're gonna hate me," and I'm just like, whatever. I had no emotional reaction to it. It was just, I was having a rough day. Today was a rough day for flashbacks. It was pretty bad. There's some people that I hate who have wronged me, and I just kept flashing back on the things that they have done, and I'm having arguments with them in my head as if I'm having a conversation with them today. And I'm arguing with them. Why? Why did you do this? Why did you do these things? Why did you say these things? Why did you do these things? I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Like I'm never gonna have a conversation with these people again. I'll never get closure. But I want to know why. But I'm having them flashing back on all these things, and then I'm having fictitious arguments with non-existent people. People don't exist in my world any longer. People that I at one time called family, and not anymore. I hate certain people. I have hatred. I have self-hatred, don't get me wrong. So, most people who hate other people hate themselves in some way. So, don't think I don't hate myself. I'm aware. I'm aware of it so much I wrote it on the wall. Because I wrote happy on the wall and that didn't make sense. Happy did not fit. That's why it's covered up. But self-hatred works. Don't look at me, fucker. I need to do drugs. My marijuana went out. I don't think I really smoked anything of it at all. It's not marijuana, it's basil. Fuck. I need an undo button, like Control Z. I need to undo what I just did. Too late. You don't get to undo shit when you live stream. I mean, you can stop live streaming and delete your live stream. I'm not going to do that. There we go. That's functioning correctly if I could just stop talking and just do this. But I start talking and then it goes out, you know? I don't know why I said, I don't say, I'm not one of those people, But apparently I am today, Hi, Rian. Rian says to We Evil Jones, it's a dish best served cold. Sometimes you need that payback. And We Evil Jones says, yes. Are we talking about revenge? Oh, my shit is got a fucking run in it. It's running just as fast as it can. Holding on to one another's hands. Time to get away into the night. And then you put your arm around me and we stumble to the ground and then you say, I think we're alone now. Basil. I'm smoking basil. It's an indica basil. Yeah, it's tight. I put too much stuff in this one. Like my rolling machine is only allowed to, can only hold so much. I must have put in too much and then it rolled this thing twice. Well, maybe it was too dry. I'm a drug addict. I can admit it. Took me a while before I could admit it, but yeah, I'm a drug addict. Basil's just one of them. Because like most drug addicts, I'm addicted to the same thing. Multiple. What are you addicted to? Multiple things. Why be addicted to just one thing when you can be addicted to multiple things? I somehow got lucky. I did not get addicted to tobacco, and I smoked a lot of cigarettes. I think what saved me from becoming addicted to cigarettes was I never bought them for myself. I always smoked other people's cigarettes. I called them OPCs, other people's cigarettes. And I would just borrow cigarettes from other people, and I would smoke them. I didn't smoke my own. Good times. I remember mixing tobacco with marijuana. This is basil. But when I was in my 20s, I mixed tobacco with marijuana. I remember smoking that. I've seen people who have, it's tobacco plant, but I don't know what the hell it is, but it's like in a powder, and they put some on their hand and snort it like that. It does something. I don't know what that does, but I've never given that a try. This is burning my throat. It must be dry. I have water. I put salt in it. A little bit of salt. And then it tastes correct. If I don't put salt in it, it doesn't taste correct. I can drink it, it just doesn't taste right. Alright. I could sit here and smoke the whole thing. But I know I just need to smoke it for a little bit, and then I need to stop. And then just wait, and it'll kick in. And then, by the time it kicks in, I'm off onto something else. I'm not thinking about the marijuana still. But I could just sit there and smoke the whole joint, and then by the time I'm done smoking the joint, it'll have kicked in, a lot. What's going on the other side of the screen right here? This screen right here, this one, this screen right here, that's right there. This one, tink 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 tink. What's going on the other side? I know what's happening on this side of the screen, over here, but I don't know what's happening on that side of the screen. This one, tink 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 tink. The screen. Does that make sense? There's no comments on my thing. Oh, wait, here we go. Brando Julian Windsor says, "What's going on here is me being a gross snot factory, lol." All right, let's delve into that, shall we? Are you talking like allergies or something? Or are you talking like you're crying uncontrollably and it's coming down kind of thing here? Or are you sick of some kind? Got the flu maybe? What's going on that you're a gross snot factory? Are you like tissues and stuff? Are you blowing your nose? Are you doing a nasal cleanse? You got a neti pot? I have a knockoff neti pot. I have two different kinds of knockoff neti pots. I use it every once in a while. The last video I made was about my neti pot. If you've never used one, it took me a minute to realize what it actually does. It wasn't as cool as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be life-changing. It was not. But you get water, you put hot water, and you mix in the little packages that turn it into saline water. You do not want to use tap water up your nose, but you put this stuff in there. It's basically salt, is what it is, but it's other crap, but it's basically salt. And then you mix it all in there, and then you pour it up one nostril. You tilt your head in just the right way, and you pour it up one nostril, and it pours out the other nostril. You don't snort, you don't inhale it. It just goes up one side and comes out the other. Is what it does. And you pour like half of it. This is what I do. I pour half of it out there, and then I'll blow my nose, and then I pour it through the other side, and then I'll blow my nose. So that helps when I know that I've been snotty, and that has helped like for a very short period of time. But there was just a short period of time where I wasn't snotty. And this is when I was sick. I remember I've been ill in the past. A mountain of Kleenex next to me. From Brando Julian Windsor. The mountain of Kleenex that you have, is that you talking new or used? If you got a mountain of used stuff next to you, that's disgusting. If you got a mountain of new ones, you're well prepared. That's a good thing. And when you say Kleenex, do you mean the actual Kleenex name brand? Or are you talking about a generic facial tissue that you call Kleenex? It was when I was growing up, everybody said Kleenex. Now people say tissue, but when I was growing up, it was Kleenex. That's what it was. It was Kleenex. It was not tissue. If somebody asked for a tissue, that would be weird. That was a weird statement. But no, everyone called it a tissue. Or Kleenex, excuse me. Everyone called it by a name brand, not what it actually was. People do that now with Tylenol and acetaminophen. No one asks, hey, do you have acetaminophen? They ask if you have Tylenol. Do you want to know why? Because Tylenol is 3 syllables and acetaminophen is 6 syllables. It's just easier to say Tylenol than it is to say acetaminophen. So, Tylenol. That's just the way we are. Tylenol. I got obsessed. I was at work and I started thinking about something and I couldn't. Sometimes I start thinking about shit and I can't stop thinking about it, and it's random shit that doesn't make any sense. It was the word breakfast. I got hung up on the word breakfast because it's break fast, and it's like you're supposed to, you're fasting while you're sleeping, you're not eating, so you're having a fast right there, and then when you break your fast is when you're eating food. So your longest fast is if you sleep for 8 hours, that's, you're fasting for 8 hours and then you break your fast by eating food. So it's a break fast. But I was thinking about, that's just such an American thing to do, is to make the word easier to say. Break fast is hard to say. It's got some hard, well, it's hard breaks in there while you're saying it. It doesn't just roll off the tongue. It's just not like, break fast. No, breakfast is just easier to say, breakfast, as opposed to break fast. Break fast is hard. It feels harder to say if you really think about it and you actually say it out loud. Breakfast, break fast. So you can feel how it's just harder to say break fast than it is to say breakfast. And there's the same number of syllables. It's the same letters in the words. It's just harder to say one. For me, I can, and I think that's autism, is why I've even noticed it in the first place, how it's just harder to say breakfast than it is to say breakfast. I was thinking about this for a while at work. I have no idea how long I was thinking about it at work. It's not like I started a clock when I started thinking about it, and I stopped the clock when I stopped thinking about it. And then I also have horrible memories that pop up in the middle of it. So I was like, I think about that stuff and I have horrible memory and I go back to breakfast and I have horrible memory and I go back to the word breakfast, breakfast, breakfast. Like I'm saying it. I know I'm saying it out loud at work. Luckily, I don't work anywhere near anybody else. And it's super loud. I'm working in a spray booth, so the exhaust fan is on. It's loud. It's constantly sucking out air. It's as fast as it can suck out the air, which is difficult. It's fucking cold outside, so it's sucking out the hot air, but it's pulling all the hot air right past me, and I'm in the best spot. I'm in the warmest spot that's in the whole building, because there's like heaters and they're not placed well. It's just, and all the thermostats are set at, I think they're set at 55. I want to say, I'm not 100% sure. I think that I was the one that set them, but that's not true. I know exactly what they're set at. They're set at 55, and except for one, it was set higher, 60. But I was the one I had to make sure that they all worked. But I work in the spray booths, and the spray booths have these. I'm really high, really high. I can totally feel it from the basal. But I work right next to it. We have these infrared heaters, is what they're called, and they're up on the ceiling, and they're. Hold on, I know the word. Radiation. They radiate heat. They don't heat. What's that called? Radiant heat? Oh man. There's my chance to sound intelligent, and I'm blowing it. All right, so the heat it's the kind of heat where it doesn't heat the air. It heats an objects, and then the objects heat the air. So if you had like something underneath it, like you want to normally you point the you want to put like radiators, the radiators you have in people's houses, you want to put them right next to the wall. That's why they're next to the wall. You want to put a radiator in the middle of the room. It's not going to do much for you if it's in the middle of the room. You want to move the radiator heaters next to the wall because they radiate heat. So the heat doesn't heat the air, it heats whatever heats the objects, and then the objects heat the air. So it heats whatever's next to it. So like you want to put it right next to something. So I work right next to some radiator heaters because I work in the spray booth. It has to be warmer in the spray booth or the paint doesn't work right. The paint's got to be at a correct temperature. So it's just nice where I am. It's warmer than it is anywhere else in the building. So I'm fortunate because it's a huge warehouse, but there's like 8 dock doors to the warehouse, and there's like no walls between the dock doors and the whole rest of the warehouse. And so, and I'm on the other side of the building from the doctors, but there's people who work right next to the dock doors all day long, and they've got their coats on all day long, and then I don't. I had a long sleeve shirt on and a short sleeve shirt on. The short sleeve shirt was on over the long sleeve shirt because that is correct. And the other people have on. You go further back, you see people with hoodies, and then you go even further, and you see people with their coats on. And the bathroom that I normally go to, I have to walk to where it's cold, so sometimes I have to put my coat on to go to the bathroom because it gets kind of cold over there. I won't. Not that I sit down in that bathroom. I wouldn't. There's no heat in there. So no, I wouldn't sit in that bathroom. There's another bathroom but it's closer to heat. That I would sit in that one if I had to. I try to time things out. I don't try. I do it. The movements that I have. The when I yeah. It's at the same time every single day. It's before I go to work. It's before I take a shower. So I do my toilet thing, and then I take a shower, and then I go to work. And it's all planned out like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory that I have my morning evacuation, and then I do my thing. Anyway, I don't like pooping at work. I'm just not a fan. I was trying to avoid saying the words. I'm just not the guy who poops at work. I found that a lot of people like to poop at work, especially if they hate their job. People who don't like their job and they're just there for a paycheck and that's it. They're just going to do the absolute bare minimum that they can in order to get by and get a paycheck. Those are the people who love to poop at work because it's an ordeal. And I've so many times I've told groups of people I worked with colleagues would be like together, and I would walk them and talk to the whole group. And I've said this so many times I can't even count it. I've walked up to them and said, when you guys are sitting in the stall, you have to turn the volume off on your phone, or people are going to know you're just sitting in there watching your phone. We all know that when people go in there, they all watch their phones. Everybody does that. When they go into the bathroom, they watch their phone. And we all know that it happens, but I'm telling them, you gotta turn the volume off and then pretend like you're just in there doing your business as fast as you can so you can get straight back to work. So I had to have that. I've had to say that to so many times because I don't know who the hell's in the toilet. I have no clue. But I'm going to talk to a group of people and hopefully one of them's in there, the one who's in there. One time somebody was watching porn, like, and the volume was on, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. Why would you be watching porn in there? Anyway, no idea what employee it was, but I mean, I wouldn't know anyway. I don't pay attention. I don't look people in the face. I just don't. It's just a thing. I was just trying to think of how many people I knew their name. I don't even know if I know half of the people that work there, their names. I've been introduced to people, but unless I have, a lot of interaction with you, I don't know what your name is. I think I know at least half of the people. I'm thinking about it now, but there's a lot of people I don't know their names because I haven't had any conversations with them about anything. Okay, I'm high from the basil. I'm high. I can feel it in my eyes. And I don't know how to describe how my vision changes when I'm high. It's kind of like things are a little bit darker, and it's like my peripheral vision is like it's like spotty, like it works, but it feels like it just gets kind of cloudy. But the clouds are all it's like darkness, so it's like it's clear sometimes, and then it feels like I can feel like darkness, dark clouds covering up my peripheral vision, but in a weird way. It's like over here, over here, over here, over here kind of thing, and then it's just sort of like, and then it's like when I kind of think about it, it goes away, and then when I don't think about it, it kind of creeps back in, but it doesn't creep back in like in a systematic way at all. It's kind of like up here, kind of down here. Wow, I think I described it actually pretty good there. I think I did pretty good. I've been trying to figure that out, how to say that for a long time. I've been trying because I'm like, oh man, I'm high. Let me try and describe how I'm feeling. And it's difficult to describe how you feel when you're high to somebody who's not high because it's like has never been high because it's like, well, unless you do it, you're not really gonna know. What does it feel like? Well, let me tell you. But it's kind of what it feels like, but that's not exactly right. What's going on with my eyes, the cloud things? It's kind of like that. Aren't you the cutest? Yes, you are. I don't know who he thinks I'm talking to when I'm talking, because I mean, he doesn't understand cameras. I don't think. I know he doesn't like to look at that camera at all. But does he think I'm talking to him the whole damn time? Because he like just lays there and sometimes he falls asleep. When I plan back when I was making videos all the time, sometimes I would play them back, and I kept playing them back like as I was editing them. You got to play the video back like a bunch of times. So sometimes I would get high, and then I would like kind of watch my own video, and I would just watch it on repeat over and over and over, and just get high and watch my own video. When I watch like these are shorts, so that some of them are very short, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, but it's the same thing over and over again. And when I would watch my same video on repeat, the dog would start to just violently kick his legs and sometimes would start making noise. And I was trying to think of a way to play a video for him, my voice, or to show what he does, and I decided against it because I didn't want it to, this is so fucked up that I'm saying this out loud. I remember thinking this, but I didn't want it to seem conceited, like I sit around listening to my own videos all the time, and that's why the dog. That's how I figured this out, that. But if I play my voice on repeat on my phone, he starts when he's sleeping. His legs start kicking like this, and he can start getting noises like that, and he can start grunting, and then he can just do all kinds of stuff. There's been a couple of times he's howled in his sleep. Oh man, I wish I could record that, but you're not ready for when they're gonna howl in their sleep. But there's been one time I remember my daughter was right next to me and he let out a long howl in his sleep. And both her and I were like, wow, it was so cool. He's only done that a couple of times and it's just super rare when he lets out a howl. I would describe it, but I can't, and I don't want to make a noise that's not even close to what the actual noise was. So I have a memory of it, because then I don't want it to change. If I make a noise, it might change my memory, and that shit happens all the time. Or if I try to imitate something that has happened in the past, then all of a sudden my imitation is what I remember more than the actual history. So I can actually change and alter the history that I have. And I can't remember him doing it. I can only remember my imitation of it when I think of when the dog howled that one time. So I can change memories. That's interesting. I just figure shit out about myself by talking out here. I'm just figuring this out. Like, well, okay, I've changed memories. I've altered memories before, and I'm just saying it out loud now. Live streaming, if you just ramble, I don't know what other people do on live streams because I can't watch other people's live streams. They're hard. They're hard for me to watch. I don't do it. I look to see how many viewers people have and to see if it's more or less than what I regularly get, and it's almost always more. There's I've seen people with like over 1,000 people watching at one time. I'm going, oh my God, there's 1,000 people at one time. How do you deal with comments? They have to be just like lightning fast, you know. But I don't click on the list. I look at the viewers, unless I know the person. Then no, then I might watch for like a second and then I move on. The reason I don't watch live streams is it's a whole lot of the same thing. When I'm watching video shorts, I'm flicking so fast. I mean, I almost never make it to the end of a video. I almost never give a video a chance. I'm just like, if it's something like cats and dogs, I'll watch that shit all damn day. I got a bunch of funny cat videos and funny dog videos, and then funny dog and cat videos. I watch that shit all the time. That my mind can handle. This can handle funny cat videos and funny dog videos. That we're good to go. I don't like the ones where the animals get hurt in any way. I don't like it when the animals are bullied in any way. I don't like it when like when you see a dog being chased by a bunch of cats. I don't like that. Or the other way around, I'm not cool with that. But I like the funny ones. Those are great. I like funny animal ones are good. And there's very few videos that I stop and watch on the regular. Oh man, the two guys that are on Saturday Night Live that do the news where they write the news for each other, trying to get the other people canceled. Scarlett Johansson's husband and the other guy. They're on Saturday Night Live. They tell there's a lot of clips like that I watch. Like you watch one on YouTube, and then you're gonna get a whole lot more. I watched where they showed the little clip of the Big Bang Theory recently. So like I'm flipping through shorts now. I get all kinds of little clips of the Big Bang Theory just because I watched one. I watched it all the way to the end, and then now I'm getting a bunch of Big Bang Theory. And I watch a lot of them, so that doesn't make them go away when you watch them. Like, 'cause I like the Big Bang Theory. I actually, because I started getting those clips, and I started watching the Big Bang Theory again, and I was watching it before I started this live stream. I don't know where I am in there. I think I'm in season 3. I'm not sure, but I was watching something else when I switched over to this, and I switched because I was flipping through YouTube and I saw one clip of one video. And I'm like, man, I forgot how good that show is. And then I start watching it again. I watch a lot of the same things over and over again, the same stuff over and over. I watch TV shows. I'm also watching Bob's Burgers. I go back and forth between the Big Bang Theory and Bob's Burgers, which I've watched numerous times. And I like the kids. The kids in there are really hilarious. Gene and Louise are the best. They are. Tina's great too, but Gene and Louise, the kids, those two are the best. Those are the reason I watch. I mean, everybody's good, but those two they're fucking hilarious. If they ever weren't on the show, it wouldn't be the same. Those voice actors too. It has to be those two voice actors too. Anyway, the reason I watch the same shit all the time is because I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and that is a common symptom of people with complex post-traumatic stress disorder. They watch the same shows over and over and over. My daughter taught me this. She's studying to be a therapist, and she's learned a lot about complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Well, I've told her stuff. Anyway, what was I saying? I had some point I was making. I felt like it was something. I watched the same shows over and over. That's what it is. I feel very high. I can feel it in my eyes. They feel dry. It's not exactly right that they feel dry. They feel dry. I could use Visine if I wanted to. Why not? I have it. I might as well. It's going to expire before I use it. I, for some reason, bought a 2-pack of. Well, it's not Visine. I lied. It's Clear Eyes. I have 2 different kinds of Clear Eyes sitting right next to me. I have Clear Eyes gets the red eye and Clear Eyes for contacts, but I'm not wearing my contacts. I'm wearing my glasses. Well, that's a lie. I'm not wearing my glasses. I lied. I lied and said I was wearing my glasses. I'm not. I'm wearing my glasses. What are we talking about? When Julian Windsor says yes, absolutely familiarity. What is? James Moreland says, when I was a bad kid, people would treat me like absolute shit and laugh. When I was a bad kid, people would and laugh. Alright, so I understand what you're saying. It says when you were a bad kid, people would treat you like absolute shit and laugh. Alright, so I relate with what you're saying, but except for we're going to alter one word. It says when I was a bad kid, people would treat me like shit and laugh. That would be my childhood, when I was a bad kid. Not when I was a bad kid, that's a different story. But when I was a bad kid. Or that's what they told me. I wasn't being a bad kid, they were being a bad whatever the fuck they were. They would treat me like shit and laugh. Anyway, I don't want to think about my fucking childhood. Here we go. When I got diagnosed, they talked to me like I was still a kid. Well, if you were diagnosed when you were 10, I can understand why they would talk to you while you're still there, and thank you for the air quotes. I remember the honest old guy in the Clear Eyes commercials. LOL. Ben Steins. That's Ben. Am I saying his name right? Ben Steins. He had a TV show, Win Ben Steins Money. Am I saying his name right? I don't know if I am. And then he was in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Bueller. Alright, James Moran says, I was 17 turning 18. That's when you got your diagnosis, and said, but they talked to me so differently I stopped talking completely. I know that. I wish I could communicate more with hand gestures. I try, and I'm at my work, I communicate with hand gestures a lot. As often as I possibly can, I try to communicate with hand gestures. And I try, and I am, I want to say pretty good. I want to say I've communicated a lot of things by not talking to them. But I do a lot of thumbs up. I'm like, okay, you got it. You're gonna be a dick, aren't you? Is it time for you to be a dick? I think so. He's gonna do his thing where he stretches and he puts his 2 paws up on me. Now you're gonna try and go straight to getting down. Oh, Daddy. There you go. I want to get a ramp for him. That's what I need. I need to somehow get a ramp that he can walk on to get onto my lap. I can make the chair shorter. That seems like a lot of work. I could raise the floor. That doesn't seem like a thing. So I gotta come up with some way, because he's. Yeah. What time is it? Oh, it's past 7 o'clock. Oh, technically I could feed it. I'm going to feed it. I'm going to feed the dog. Move yourself. Move over. Move. There you go. That's what I wanted you to do. I do feel the high. Bam. Oh, I should have got up earlier. That was an hour of sitting. My legs are a little bit... Yeah. I'm old, you know, sitting for an hour straight. Any position for an hour straight is not good. Where's the dog? Oh, there he is. I have a scale for the dog. Bam. There you go. He's a sweet dog. He's my buddy. I have another Altoid tin over here. It's got an S on top of it for a sativa. So I have some, I don't know how much sativa I have left. Hold on. Sativa basil. I'm good for a while. I don't smoke pot real fast. I smoke it kind of slow. I don't know what happened. James Merlin says, I'm so happy to say I'm signing up for classes again and learning new skills, bitchin'. That's a good thing. I love that you refer to Yoda as it, lol. That's from Brando Julian Windsor. Ah, he's my buddy. He's a little dog. Big buddy. What was we talking about? I don't like it that when I put my hand up it blocks self-hatred. But I can't put my hand right this. This does not feel comfortable. This is good. I have to move or something, I don't know. I can see, like in my screen here, I can see this little sign, but I can't read it because the phone is 6 feet away. So it's kind of small. James Merlin says, I've been stuck in a rut and it's almost over. Nice. Good job. Do you have any idea what it was that you did to get out of said rut? Anything that you could tell us that would help people who might also be in a rut? I'd like to think that I'm in a rut, but it's been going on for so long. And I'm like, no, this is just the way that it is. And I can definitely get into a rut from this point. I mean, it can always get worse. So, no. I'd like to say I'm stuck in a rut, but the rut's been off years. I've been in the same territory. So, anyway. But there's other people who might be stuck in a rut. How is stuck in a rut and like being in a rut and being in a groove like totally different things, but the same thing at the same time? Hi, buddy. You wanna come up here? All right, hold on. Ah, this is my little dog, big buddy. Okay, there you go. He definitely smells like a dog. He was just up near my head. He's my buddy. The screen is stuck. The last thing it got stuck on, it says is Wee Yin saying, I'm lazy, call it brekkie. Is that when I was talking about breakfast? That was a long time ago. Brekkie. Damn. Yeah, so back in, that's Australian, right? Where they call breakfast brekkie. I'm gonna have a little brekkie. Or I'm gonna get brekkie and then I'm gonna see it at work. Brekkie. I missed the comment when it first came through, but that's what it got hung up on. The last word is brekkie. Now it's frozen. So if I were live streaming and I were reading the comments on the screen that was live streaming, it would freeze and I would have no clue what anyone's commenting. But over here seems to be live. And over here seems to be, this one here glitches sometimes and it stops also. And when it stops, I have to flip to the next one down and then flip back. And then it's good to go again. But this one says almost, and that one says almost, but that one says I'm. Almost went to jail. That was a major motivator for getting it together against my mind. Well, fuck, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to have anything to do with the police officers. I hate those videos. The one you ever seen the ones with the First Amendment auditors? I fully support the First Amendment auditors all the way because they've got the right to do it, and I support them doing it. But I hate the tyrant cops. It's so upsetting. The tyrant cops bother me so bad that I mean I can't stop. I get so aggravated. I'm afraid of running into a cop and having a problem with them and trying to violate my rights because you see it on YouTube. I see it nonstop on YouTube. I used to get videos all the time, but I started flipping off of them because I couldn't watch them because I hate thinking about them later because it bothers me. It concerns me that there's cops out there like that, and I don't like that. Anyway, why was I talking about that? Oh, I was talking about the First. Why was I talking about the First Amendment auditors? I don't know. I fully support that, though. I don't remember why I was talking about that. I got started talking about the cops, and I freaked myself out. I hate the cops videos. I like the videos where the good cop. There's a good cop. You got a bad cop who's being a tyrant, and you got a good cop right there fixing that problem. Is just like nope, nope, nope. You're not gonna do that. It's just like that's the best when you get the good cops who are correcting the tyrant cops right there in front of you. That's the best. When you got like the tyrant cop saying, give me your ID. You're gonna give me your ID, and then the good cop comes along and says he does not have to give you his ID. Just like yes. That's the best. But you don't know that the video is going to go that way, You're watching the tyrant video and it might end up with the cop arresting the person, and I hate that. I hate that when they do that shit, arresting them for no reason. Because I don't want to get arrested. But it seems like something I would do, but I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that. But I like the First Amendment auditors that when they dismiss the police officers and the police officers have to do the walk of shame. I do like that. Rando Julian Windsor says cops are bad with handling mentally different people. The concern is real. Oh man, and I am mentally fucked up. I do not do well with people under non-stressful situations. So, stressful situations, I don't, it doesn't exactly improve my ability to communicate with other people because I come off in a certain way that the people don't like. And they make it obvious, and sometimes it's painfully obvious that people have instantly judged me, and they have judged me poorly based on some action, mannerism, or something that I've said or done, because that's just the way it is. People can see that people aren't that bad after all. Well, I don't know, can they? Even if they are a tad bit out there. Well, I don't have a problem with people being a tad bit out there as long as they're not breaking any laws. I went to a police station a year and a half ago. It was during the summertime when I first bought my scooter. I have an electric scooter. It's awesome. It goes like it goes fast. I've gotten up to 38 miles an hour, but it goes 45. I've never gotten to 45 because when I got to 38, it scares that shit out of me because I'm going so fast. And if I wipe out, there's that scooter is going to offer me no protection from wiping out. If I wipe out at 38 miles an hour, it's basically just like flying through the air at 38 miles an hour and trying to, catch yourself and not get hurt while going on the ground. So, but I went into a police station, the police station that's actually close to my house, and I went in there and I had a body camera on me because I went there on my scooter. I went there on my electric scooter because it was close to my house, so I scooted on over. And I had a body camera on me, and I covered it up when I walked in the door, and I said, "Can I record in here?" And the woman behind there was a glass, there was a big glass there, and the woman, she was a receptionist, she was not a police officer. She said, "Yeah, it's fine, I don't care." So I was like, "Okay." So I was recording body camera, I took my hand off the camera, and then when the police officer came to talk to me, because I wanted to talk to a cop. Uh, the police officer that came to talk to me, the public relations officer, I put my hand back over the camera and I said, "Can I record in here?" And she said, "Yeah, I don't care." Both of them said it just like, "Yeah, it's no big deal." Like it was nothing. Like it was nothing that I wanted to stand in there and record. And this was a year and a half ago at the police station that I went to. It was the way that they had dismissed them. I have a body camera, is it okay that I record? And they said both of them were just like I had said, just the dumbest thing. Like it didn't make any difference whatsoever. Like, is it okay if I wear my coat in here? That kind of question. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. That kind of thing. It's like, and the way they had dismissed it. And then I watched these videos of people carrying cameras into the police station and police officers really getting pissy and bitchy about it. But based on my own experience in the one police station that I went to, they're just like, "Yeah, okay." But the reason I went in there is I wanted to talk to a police officer about what the laws were for electric scooters, because I looked up the laws for electric scooters, and it was very unclear what the laws were for scooters. It was unclear how a scooter is defined. It was unclear what a scooter was, because, or what a scooter is and can be. Because if it's a gas powered scooter, then the laws are clear. But mine's electric. The laws are fuzzy. They're not there. So it's like the gas powered one. Like you have if a scooter can be a toy, or it could be a motorcycle, is what they qualify here, is if it's gas. So if it's got a 50 cc engine, it's considered a motorcycle, and you got to register it with the DMV. But I got your puppy, hold on. He starts digging his head like he wants to be under the covers. There we go. And so, but I got an electric scooter, so I'm reading on there. So it's either a toy, it's a motorcycle, or it's a recreational vehicle. That's the only thing that they had it qualified as, and I'm just like, well, and I the DMV and like doesn't the DMV doesn't say anything in there about electric scooters having to have license plates. There's nothing at the DMV on it. If it's got a gas engine, it does. But the thing is, electric scooters now go faster than gas engine motorcycles can go. Like a small, like if you had a 50 cc, they can only go so fast depending on how big you are. But these scooters go fast. There's scooters out there that go 70 miles an hour. And you see people riding them. I watched like videos on the 70 miles an hour one. They got full motorcycle gear on when they are riding these things. They got all of the protective pads and shit on, and I do not want to have all of the pads on when I go riding my scooter. But I wanted to know what the laws were for a scooter because I didn't want to get pulled over by a tyrant police officer, because I am afraid. I didn't want one pulling me over saying, "Let me see your motorcycle license." And I'm asking the police officer, "What am I driving? It's right here. Look out the window. There it is." And I'm like, "Can you please tell me what it is that I have? Because I don't want to be harassed by a police officer for riding this thing." And it's just like the laws were very unclear. And at one point she said, "Well, you can't ride it on the street." And I'm like, "Well, why not?" And I'm like, "You need to find the law. It says I can't ride it on the street." And there was no law that was crystal clear, because it says in there, it's like,
Now there it's based on this engine size is what there are laws based on the size of the engine of the electric scooter, but it doesn't say what it is. It doesn't say, is this a motorcycle? At what point does an electric scooter become a motorcycle? And then the laws are very different. If it's a motorcycle, I can literally drive it on the highway. But if that qualifies as a motorcycle, and that's one of the things, it's like, so I don't want to get pulled over, and then I have to have a motorcycle license, which I have. It's no big deal. Or is it I'm driving a recreational vehicle, and the recreational vehicles are different, like an off road, like an RV or something like that. There's different laws for those, and where you can ride them. And then or is it a bicycle? Some of the electric scooters are considered bicycles. That's the other thing I forgot. There are toys, there are bicycles, because if it's like an electric bicycle with an electric power on it, that's considered a bicycle. That's because like the electric powered bicycle is considered to be a bicycle, and that's for the handicapped people, which I am, but not physically handicapped. But that's for handicapped people so that they can go to where other people were bicycles. Some people can't ride a bicycle; they can't pedal. But if you have an electric bicycle, you can, by law, go anywhere a bicycle can go. So if you're in a bicycle park, you can take an electric bicycle there because that's because handicapped people should have the same rights as everybody else. So you can have an electric bicycle. So I'm like, well, is this an electric bicycle? This is, damn similar to an electric bicycle, which means I can take it into parks, bicycle parks, because there's a park that's got a bicycle trail, and I should be able to ride it all around in here, and nobody's gonna bother me, right? Because I'm just riding my electric bike around. And I have driven it in parks. I've driven it in many parks. And I've just taken it there and just ridden around on the trails, and nobody's ever said a word to me. I'm always afraid that some Karen is gonna like jump out at me or something and say that I can't have my shit there. But based on how I look, I don't think anybody's gonna give me any trouble because I'm tall. I'm 6'4". But I have on I have my biker vest on, my biker vest that I wear. It's got patches on it. It's from the movie or the TV show Sons of Anarchy. So it says Sons of Anarchy on the back, and it says President on there and Sam Crow. And then it's got like the guns and shit on it, and then it's got Men of Mayhem, I want to say is what it says on there. I don't know what the hell it says on it. I don't remember. But I've got this full thing, so and then I'm not exact, and I frown, and then I'm a long haired guy, and I don't know if that makes any difference having long hair, but I mean I'm shaggy looking, so that could be why. But everybody else who's seen me riding the scooter that's had made any contact with me have all been like, hello, like smiling and shit. Nobody said anything about it. Anyway, I went into the police station to find out what it was that I'm riding. You know what I found out? They don't know. So what I did was I added the scooter was, and I didn't have to do this, but I added mirrors to my scooter, which is actually really nice. But I did that, and that was the only thing it didn't have in order to qualify as a motorcycle, was that it didn't have mirrors. You got to have mirrors on your motorcycle. So that was what. So I added mirrors on there just because in case I got pulled over. This thing was legal, except for it doesn't have license plates. But there are no rules for license plates on electric vehicles. They're electric scooters. It's just not. There's no laws. But I've never been harassed by anyone. Police have driven past me. They've not said a word. I'm the only scooter I've seen out there. I mean, I've seen like kids riding toys. They're toy scooters, electric scooters around the neighborhood. And there's rules for those too. You can't drive those on the street. That's the rules. You cannot ride an electric scooter on the street. That's a toy. But I don't know how much they're going to actually enforce that rule. But I'm like, well, I know I don't have a toy. It goes 45 miles an hour. And if mine's a bicycle, then that means I can ride it anywhere except for the interstate. I can't ride it on the interstate. Because when she told me I couldn't ride it, I'm like, well, you can't ride it on this one main street here. And I'm like, well, that's can a bicycle go on that street? And she's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, then I should be able to go on that street. And she's like, yeah, you're right. And I'm like, okay. But she said to me, she's like, you're not allowed to go on this one main street that we have. And she specifically said that street. And I'm like, well, people can bicycle on that. I see them. And she's like, you're right, they do bicycle on them. I'm like, well, if they can bicycle, if they can pedal on it, I should be able to manually scooter. And she's like, yep, you're correct. But she said initially, before I said that I couldn't do it, which means that kind of bothered me because I can see police officers saying to me, you can't drive this on that street. And then, but them, having pride, they're not going to go back. The woman I was talking to, one police officer, she said, yeah, you're right. Hold on. She wasn't arguing with me in any way. I'm like, she wasn't like, no, I made my ruling and that's it. We're sticking by the first thing that I said and we're going to go with that and we're not going to change from what I said because I'm proud and I'm not going to say that I was wrong in any way, shape, or form. She wasn't like that at all. She's like, well, you can't do it. I'm like, well, wait a minute, hold on. She's like, okay, wait, you might be right. So we were looking it up. She was looking up shit. I'm looking up shit online. She's looking up shit online too. She was printing shit out for me. And she's like, we're printing up papers, and she printed out her a copy, she printed out me a copy, and we're both reviewing this at the exact same time. And I'm reading the same verbiage ours, and she interpreted the verbiage one way, and I'm like, hold on. And I'm like, well, I'm interpreting this other rule over here as, wait, it's this, or which like overrules this one. She's like, shit, you're right. It doesn't make sense. The way the laws are written didn't make sense. And there was up to interpretation on what it could possibly mean. So she said she was going to bring it up to the mayor of the city that was in here. I'm in St. Louis County, which is, there's a lot of counties in the St. Louis. There's the city, and then there's St. Louis County. There's 3 St. Louis counties. There's north, there's south, and then there's west. There is no East County, St. Louis, because there's a river right there. It's the Missouri River, and on East County, that would be Illinois. And there is an East St. Louis, and you don't want to go there. So the counties are all a bunch of different cities that are all around St. Louis that are all part of St. Louis County. And I have got numerous counties around me, or numerous cities around me that are all part of St. Louis County. On my mailing address, I write St. Louis because St. Louis is, everybody knows where St. Louis is. That's what I say to people when I'm on the phone. Like when you're telling somebody, where you are, if they're from like out of town or something, it's St. Louis. You just say St. Louis. But now that I think about it, everything's online anymore, so I don't have to worry about that. That was back in the day. Like I used to live in North County, St. Louis. I lived in Florissant, Missouri. So dangerous of an area right now, but at the time that I lived there, it wasn't that bad. But North County's not where you want to live. If you want to live in St. Louis, you don't. The city's not so great either. So North County's not so great. West County and South County is not so bad at all. I believe West County to be nicer than South County. And I think most people would agree with me, but there's an argument to be made that South County is also nice. But if you go south of South County, that's when you start getting into the meth capital of the world, which is you're getting into more rural Missouri at that point, and that's where the meth apparently all comes from. You get into like Franklin County and Jefferson County, and that's where the meth is. Apparently, there's a lot of methamphetamines that comes out of this area. Because that's the way it is in Missouri. You've got Kansas City, and you've got St. Louis, and then you've got the rest of Missouri, and that's the Kansas City and St. Louis are not at all like the rest of Missouri. They're very, very different. So if you go to St. Louis, don't think that all Missouri is like that. It is not. I don't know how different Kansas City is from St. Louis because I've not spent very much time in Kansas City, and I've never spent time in the city of Kansas City. I was just in the counties of Kansas City, like once. So I don't know shit about Kansas City, but I know that it's different than the rest of the state. I don't want any more drugs. We have a city that's known as Methtica. That's James Moreland. Hi, Hilda Mouse. Hilda Mouse's address, not age. Address, not age. Address, not age. It's like that's a like a selling point for an older person who's trying to start dating again, you know, when they enter their age on their instance. Oh man, you're kind of getting up there in years. It's address, not age. Like that's your argument. Yeah, I'm getting older, but I live in a penthouse, and in I don't know where, someplace where it's expensive to have a penthouse. I would fucking know. But I live in this zip code where all the houses are millions of dollars or some shit like that. Yeah, it's address, it's not age. That's what I read when I read your remark there, Hilda Mouse. Address, not age. Who wrote I Broke Walton? I was broken before you came along, sorry. Zane Shalabi. Hello, Zane Shalabi. So let me guess, James, there's a lot of meth there, lol. Yeah, no kidding. The Soulard is nice. Wait, did you say love the Soulard Farmers Market? Yeah, I haven't been to the Soulard Farmers Market in a long time. Ow! Soulard is a part of downtown St. Louis. Soulard is where they have the second, this is what I was told. It's the second largest Mardi Gras celebration in America. It's not the second largest in the world. I think Rio de Janeiro is like the largest, and then like New Orleans comes in there, and then Soulard comes into. It's a large Mardi Gras celebration. At one point in time, I don't know what was wrong with me in my youth, but Mardi Gras was my favorite holiday. Back when I was in my 20s, it was my all-time favorite holiday. I used to make Mardi Gras beads year round and then take them all with me to Mardi Gras and just had a really good time. But there was one intersection that I like to stand at. It was at 7th and Russell, and I remember it very specifically. It was 2 blocks away from where the parade was, because there's a parade that goes through there. This was on the Saturday before Fat Tuesday, which is what Mardi Gras means. Is Mardi Gras means Fat Tuesday, so which is the day before Ash Wednesday. So Fat Tuesday. So the Saturday before Fat Tuesday, they had the Grand Mardi Gras Parade down in Soulard. Actually, it started more downtown, and then it worked its way through Soulard. And there's like lots of floats and lots of beads being thrown, that kind of thing. And there's lots of boobs. Let me tell you, they're everywhere. You get to see boobs all day long. But I like to stay at this one intersection, and then I would look in all 4 directions, and you could literally see 1,000 people in all 4 directions. The people were just crammed in. I like stand directly in the middle with all my beads and shit, and then I had a bunch of people that I would go with because I just loved going to Mardi Gras. It was fun. I made balloon animals. I was a clown a long time ago, and I made balloon animals. But I'd bring balloons with me to Mardi Gras, and then as long as it wasn't windy, there's been windy Mardi Gras, but then there were ones that weren't windy, and I would make these hats. I made hats for all the people that I knew. So and then we had these hats on. They went straight up. I mean, I made like the ring that would go around your head, and then I would point the balloon straight up. So the balloons were 4 feet long, and then and I put a bunch of them into a point right there on top, like a dunce cap, and I'd made hats just like that, and made variations of them. But I made for all of my friends. I had these hats on, and we knew exactly where everybody was at all times. You could see 1,000 people in every direction, but we could see the hats and like, oh, this person's over there, this person's over there. Because somebody would be like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, or I'm gonna go get beer, or I'm gonna go into this business over here, or some shit like that. And then you could just watch people walking around. And I remember one time seeing, you'd see a hat on somebody who wasn't one of our crew. This happened several times, and I'm just like, and it was always a pretty girl. There was some pretty girl had a hat on, and they were not part of our crew. And then I'd go back to the person, and then somebody would come up to me and say, I need another hat. I'm just like, what happened? And she's like, yeah, she talked me out of it. I'm like, she better have paid with something good. He's like, oh yeah. It's Mardi Gras. You got to show stuff. Anyway, so balloon animals, Mardi Gras. But man, I'm definitely not, Mardi Gras is not my favorite holiday anymore. I don't like any holidays. I'm not a fan. Because I got agoraphobia. So I got both types of agoraphobia. I've got the I don't like to go outside one, and I've got the I don't like to be in groups of people one. So, man, going to Mardi Gras, no, because you bumping into everybody. It's the whole crap load of elbows and assholes, and it's just everywhere you go, somebody's right there, and they're drinking too. When you go to these large celebrations, down the Mardi Gras things, you wear dark clothes. This is one of the things that you needed to do. You wear like I wore black. I was very prepared for Mardi Gras. I planned for it all year long. Like I would drink a lot of water the day before, a lot of water the day before, but I wouldn't drink almost any water when I was at Mardi Gras because there's no place to pee. I mean, there's a place to pee, but you gotta wait. There's just so many people around. You gotta wait to pee. So peeing is a problem. So I wouldn't bring any water with me. I brought rum with me. I had a bone is what it was, and a bone is a half yard. So I had a half yard that had a big old straw in it, and then and it had a strap on it that I could attach it to my waist. I wanted my hands to be free, but I wanted to bring a lot of stuff. I brought a book bag full of fucking stuff like balloons and shit. And I brought food with me, and I would always bring food because food was so expensive down there. And I had rum. I didn't want to buy beers because beers were expensive down there. So I had my alcohol and I had my food, and then I had balloons and I was ready to go. That was Mardi Gras. Good times. I had it well planned out. You didn't want to bring a lot of stuff. You want to bring anything heavy with you because you'd just be carrying it the whole damn time. No, there's a lot of shit that happened down there in Mardi Gras. Insane. One year, let me tell you a story. There was one year that I'm down there at Mardi Gras, and it was I was meeting my roommates. I had two roommates that were meeting me down there at Mardi Gras, and they were trying to find me among all the thousands of people. And they were like calling me saying, and this is when the phones actually went through because there were so many people in this one area, all of them on the phone at the same time. The satellites had a hard time keeping up, so it was a hard time getting phone calls to even go through. So when the phone call would finally go through, I had a roommate saying, telling me like, what street are you at? And they'd be like 3 or 4 blocks away. And that would still take forever to walk because there's so many people in the way. But I'm like, so my roommate calls me and she's like, where are you at? And I'm like, I'm at 7th and Russell. And she's just like, how am I going to find you? And I'm like, well, I'll hold up some balloons. So I took 2 red balloons, long ones, and I tied them together. And I'm just standing there holding like this. And I'm 8 foot tall with my hand up. And then I got 4 foot balloons that stick up 12 feet in the air. So it is obvious where I am and what I'm doing. It's like, so you can see it for forever from in every direction. You can see me just standing there like this. And I'm like, do you see me? And she's like, yes, I see you. I'm on my way. And I said, okay, no problem. But I knew that she was 3, 4 blocks away. It doesn't take fucking forever for her to get there. So I'm just standing here like this. One of my friends was talking. He was like, I had a bunch of friends that were there. And one of my friends that was standing next to me, he ran into a girl that he went to school with. She showed up. And then she showed up with her friend, and her friend was really good looking, like so good looking that I looked at her and I'm like, oh, I've got no chance with this person, so I'm just not even going to pay attention to her because I'm like, there's just so much other stuff going on at Mardi Gras that I'm just paying attention to the other side of Mardi Gras. It's like, sometimes you see someone who's really good looking, I wasn't going to put any time or effort in with her because I knew I had no chance. She was, way out of my league. And her friend was that my friend knew she was also good looking, but this one chick was like super hot. So my buddy was talking to her, and she's kind of standing kind of near me. Both of them kind of are, because my buddy was standing next to me when he was talking to her, because they just kind of were walking by. And he's like, hey, and I'm just standing there with my balloons up in the air, and the really good looking chick is just like, what are you doing? And I'm just like, my friend is coming to meet me, or my roommate's coming to meet me, and I want to make sure that she can find me, so I'm holding up balloons. She's just like, well, you look ridiculous. And I'm just like, okay. And then she's like, well, she goes, put your arm down. And she goes, and she said just full on, she goes, put your arm down. And I'm just like, no, I'm waiting for my, so I explained it again. I'm waiting for my roommate to show up. This is the only way she's going to find me. My roommate was short. She was a little bit over 5 feet tall, trying to wade through a bunch of people. I mean, it's just like, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. I mean, it took her fucking forever. And she was cute too, so you know that guys weren't moving real fast to get out of the way. That's just the way guys are. So I'm just standing there holding this up, and she's like, "Put your arm down." I'm like, "I'm not putting my arm down. I'm waiting for my friend." She goes, "No, you look ridiculous. Put your arm down." And I'm just like, I've never spoken to this person in my life, and I'm just like, "No, I'm waiting for my roommate." And she's just like, she must have been drunk. Now that I think about her, been drinking something. But she's like, no, she's like giving me orders, telling me to put it down. And she's so good looking that I believe that other people would immediately do what she says, no matter what it was, because she was that good looking. But I'm just like, no, I'm not doing that. I knew I had no chance with her, so I wasn't even going to try. I knew that she was the type of person that might lead me on and make me think that, I had a chance just to get the attention kind of thing, but then, nothing would ever happen. I'm like, I wasn't even gonna waste my time. And I'm just like, no, I'm holding up my balloons. I'm waiting for my roommate. And she's like, you get to the point where she's persistent, and she's just like, she's like, and she's telling me to put my arm down. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. So she literally starts to try to reach up and pull and grab the balloons out of my hand. Now, she's a lot smaller than me. And I'm just like, what are you doing? And she's like trying to pull my arm down. So I switch it to the other arm like this. And there's so many people around. She couldn't just quickly walk around on the other side to get it. So I moved to the other arm. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, I'm like, you need to stop. And so she like worked her way around to the other side, and like, so I'm like talking to other people, and like we're all talking about other shit, and she's like trying to pull my arm down again. So I like switched over to the other arm. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? I couldn't believe that this person was doing it. She's like, no, you need to pull your arm. You need to put your arm down. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm waiting for my fucking roommate to show up. I was so, and I'm like getting pissed, and she's getting pissed at me that I'm not immediately following her directives, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that was, but she's like, so she kept trying to pull my arm down, and I was getting frustrated. I'm like, you need to stop, and then at one point, I got so frustrated with her. I screamed right in her face. I said, get the fuck away from me, like that. And then, like, my friend who was talking to her friend, everybody stopped. Everybody around all of a sudden stopped talking because I screamed that shit so fucking loud. And half the people around there were people that I knew. We were all standing in the same spot because this was the place to be. And then everybody just stops, and now everybody is staring at her. Now, this was grossly out of character for me to say that to somebody under any circumstances, because I'm just not that kind of person. I ignore people. I don't engage. If there's ever a problem, I just walk away. I'm that guy. I'm not the guy that goes in for the fight ever. That's just not who I am. So for me to all of a sudden scream somebody, and especially a really good looking girl, scream right into her face, get the fuck away from me, that was cause for concern. So everybody kind of turns around, everything stops, and she was so stunned. She's like shocked that shit had happened. That shit happened like right then and there. And then and it's just as soon as I had yelled, get the fuck away from me, like right once, like a fraction of a second before I screamed that, my roommate like showed up. She just walked right up to me, and as soon as she walked up to me, she saw me yell straight into somebody's face, get the fuck away from me. And she's just like, what's going on? And my arm, I admit, my arm was tired that whole time because I was holding it up for a while I was juggling. And I wanted to put my arm down, take a break, and then put it back up again. But there's no fucking way I was going to give her the satisfaction, this bitch trying to pull my arm down. I kept switching back and forth, and she kept walking around and trying to get it like she had nothing better to do. And so when my roommate found, she's like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, thank God. And I put my arm down. I was so happy to put my arm down. And I gave my roommate a huge big hug. And I'm just like, and then so all of my friends who had just all hushed and gone quiet at that exact moment that I had screamed, I turned around, saw my roommate, I gave her a big hug, and I said, I was holding these balloons up, and I said this loud enough for everybody around here. So I'm holding these balloons up so she can find me, so you can find me, and I'm telling everybody, because here it is, my roommate, a small person, who was trying to find me, and I'm like, and she kept trying to pull my balloons down so that you wouldn't be able to find me. All of my friends loved my roommate. They thought she was great. When they came over, they were always happy to talk to her because she was a super friendly, like a super friendly kind of person. So all of my friends really loved her. So when I said this other chick was trying to pull away my signal for you to come over here, and I got pissed and I screamed at her. And all of a sudden, all my friends are like, what? And then they all turned and looked at the really pretty girl who was trying to pull my arm down, like, what the fuck were you doing? Why were you doing that? Because everybody's like, all of a sudden, these are all guys like getting all macho, like trying to protect, my roommate. This chick was not picking directly on my roommate, but I made it seem like I worded it just like that intentionally. And then, I just kept looking at my roommate, and everybody's giving her the evil eye and giving her the stare, and she's staring straight at me. She was so pissed, and she grabs her friend, who was talking to my friend, and she's like, we're leaving, come on, we're leaving right now." And her friend was like, "No, I'm talking to," she was talking to my friend. She's like, "No, I'm talking to him." Her friend didn't do anything wrong, but I don't know. I guess her friend might not have cared for her as much either. I'm not 100% sure, but the really good looking girl was just used to giving orders and people following them. So she's like pulling on her friend, like, "Come on, we're going now," because she was so humiliated and mortified. And her friend's like, "No, I'm not leaving. I'm talking to this guy here." She's like, "No, I'm not leaving." And she was just like this. This girl was just like this. She was so fucking mad. She was so fucking mad. And I had my back to her the whole time. I'm talking to my roommate, and I'm like, my roommate's looking directly at her, and I'm looking directly at my roommate. And I'm like, "Is she staring at me?" And my roommate's like, "Yep." And my roommate was just staring directly at her the whole time. And I'm like, "Is she giving me the stink eye?" And my roommate's like, "Yeah, she's nonstop glaring at you." And she's just like this. She's just so fucking pissed just because she couldn't go anywhere. So I guess the girl was her ride, and she wanted to leave. And then a moment later, a whole bunch of guys arrive, that she knew, the really pretty girl knew, and they're like, "Hey," they're like talking to her. And then she's just like, "Oh, finally, like she's got backup here now. She's got somebody on her side." And she's like starts to explain to them, trying to explain to them the situation and why all of these guys should be mad at me. I thought this shit gets funny because I know she was explaining, and I know I was only hearing bits and pieces of what she was saying, but she's like, "This guy," and pointing at me, trying to say I was being such a jerk and being such an asshole, and this, that, and the other, which I mean, I probably was, but I'm under the opinion that she deserved it. And she was like trying to get these guys all riled up. And I want to say there was like 3 or 4 of them. I don't really remember because I wasn't looking back. I mean, I glanced back and I saw that there were some guys there, but I think they might have just been standing there looking because the pretty girl was talking. And when she talked, a lot of guys would stop and look because she was really, I admit, she was really good looking. And then so she's like trying to get them riled up, and you can see one guy was like really starting to posture. He was starting to get all fluffed up like this while he was talking, and then I'm like talking to my roommate about it, and I'm talking kind of loud, and I'm like, "What happened?" She's getting the other guy riled up, and he's getting all pissy, and then one of my friends, the one who drinks too much and he likes to fight, he's like, "What guy?" And then when he said "what guy" like that, everybody else around him heard him say that like that, and these are a bunch of guys. We were all in our 20s at that point in time, and they're all kind of like, "Are we doing something? Is something happening?" And all of a sudden, so there was a bunch of people that were around me that all of a sudden started posturing as well. And when that happened, the guy that was posturing next to her completely deflated. He's just like, "Oh, okay." Because those guys thought it was just me. I was the only one there. But all of a sudden, the people around me were just all staring at this guy, and they're all like this, like, "Are we gonna do something?" And I still had my back to him the whole time. And all of a sudden, and I'm just asking my roommate, I'm like, "What's going on?" And she was just telling me. He's like, "Oh yeah, he's not gonna do nothing now." Oh God! Anyway, Mardi Gras. Sometimes it's a lot of fun, but she was so mad. She was so mad that she couldn't believe that I had talked to her that way. I told her to get the fuck away from me, and that when she finally And there wasn't a damn thing that she could do about it, and I won. It was one of those rare situations where everything went well for me in that situation, except for she really annoyed the shit out of me. I'm just trying to have a good time, and she's literally pulling on me, and I did not go for that. Just because I couldn't believe she was entitled. She felt very, very entitled. And she was shocked that I was not following her instructions like right away. Like when she said, no, you need to put your arm down. Like she was just giving me directives, but she was saying it in a calm voice. You need to put your arm down. You need to put your arm down. Like somehow I was a representative of her. I don't know. She could have gone anywhere else. But she decided to stand right fucking there. I turned my back to her at one point too. That was awesome. When I turned my back to her while she was trying to tell me to put my balloons down, I got frustrated with her, so I turned my back to her, and she was not happy about that. Or she had to work her way around. It wasn't a thing where she can just walk around because there's so many people around and they're all moving. This mob is moving. It's not like there are some people that were standing in that move, but there's mostly it's just people moving, trying to get from point A to point B. So she took her a while to work her way back around. And I just kept turning around to it, and she was so not used to that. But man, I can see. I mean, based on how she was, I can see people wasting a whole crap load of time trying to get with her. And and I just assumed that she had a boyfriend. Also, that's another thought that goes in my mind. I'm just going to assume that somebody has a boyfriend, or I ask them right away. At Mardi Gras, I've asked numerous times, because you get women there who are kind of flirty, and it's like, wait, do you have a boyfriend? And they're just like, I'm like, okay, great, you can go away now. Let's go find somebody else. I don't want anybody getting all flirty and with me or anything, and they've got some dude. I'm like, is your dude, where is he? Is he here? Because in Mardi Gras, I had a bunch of really cool beads. I made my own beads. I made them out of all kinds of stuff. So mine were unique. They were one of a kind. So people wanted my beads, so they were just willing to do other stuff. I'm like, well, hold on. It's a little bit too much. What are we talking about? Patsy Cline. Patsy Cline, no shit. Does he read the chat? Question mark. Yeah, obviously. It's rare. Sometimes I look. I got a TV on. It's right here, and it's broadcasting my live stream, and then it's got the comments pop up. I can show you. Do you want to see? Hold on. Ugh. There's the TV right there that I'm watching my live stream on, and then right here is where the most recent comments are, but they fall off over a certain amount of time. So the only comment that I saw was Patsy Cline saying, "Does he read the chat?" Here, hold on, there's one right there. It's Hilda Mouse says hi. See, can you read that? Hilda Mouse says hi. And it'll only stay on there for so long before it eventually falls off. So I can't read all of the comments. I can only read the most recent one that somebody had left. And that's it. I don't get a lot of comments to read, apparently. So yeah, I read my comment. It's just I don't read the chat. Sometimes I get off on a tangent. I get to chatting. I talk about this, that, and the other. It's kind of the thing. I can rattle. I'm a rattler. I can see it over here. Wait, it says you're live now. Was I not live? Was I unlive? Did I deactivate the Wi-Fi? Hold on. No, the Wi-Fi is on. We're good to go. Is this Wi-Fi on? Yeah, that Wi-Fi is on. I can read the comments right her. Here we go. That's all right. I'm gonna go backwards. Where's the first message from Patsy Cline? Can't figure out why you would be depressed. You're a very handsome guy. That very good-looking girl was obviously a narcissist. All right, you can't compliment me because that makes me think that you're a bad person and you're being disingenuous and you're setting me up for something later on, or you're being sarcastic or something like that. Sorry, I have imposter syndrome. Don't compliment me. It makes me think you're a bad person. I'm very broken. I've got a fucked up mind. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. I take things that are supposed to be interpreted positively and I will interpret them negatively every single time. FYI. So when people start complimenting me, I stop paying attention to them. I assume that they're just a bad person who's going to hurt me in some way. I hear a clicking noise. I don't know if it's in my ears or it's in my glasses. It was my glasses. All right, where was I? Okay. Does he read the chat? Right here. Exactly. He deserves way better than that. Wait, what? No. No, I was talking what? And Hilda Mouse said to Patsy Cline, buckle in then, LMAO. Walton tried reading every comment, but it became overwhelming. It does become overwhelming because if you're reading every comment, then people come on here and they're like, oh, he's reading every comment. Let me leave a comment. And it's just like, oh, he's responding to my comment. Let me leave some more comments. It's like, holy shit. They're just so fast. Let's see here. Patsy Glenn says, emoji, 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 I'm being serious. Hilda Mouse says, emojis are also a no, lol. I don't know what emojis mean. I have no fucking idea. I don't understand emojis. It's just the defect in my brain and I don't really care. So I don't use emojis. So when you leave emojis, I'm just going to say emoji, 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 which is what you just did. Like there's how many smiley face emojis and they all have different meanings, right? And like there's ones with tears and then there's ones with sweating. I don't know the fucking difference. I don't know what they mean. So I don't use emoji. So I'm just going to say emoji because I don't understand. Cactus Skeleton. Hi, Cactus Skeleton. Our C4 kicked to 5K 3L3 T0N. I have no fucking way I'm saying that every single time. It will just say Cactus Skeleton says bing bong bong bong. I don't use a bong anymore. I gave my bong to the Hannah. Hi Hannah, says a tortilla blanket. Yes it is. It's two of them actually with a dog in between of them, but he does not like to. That's the only reason I have these on my legs is because there's a dog in my lap, but he is not he doesn't want to be famous. He hates being in there. What was I talking about? Bong, the bong. I don't use a bong. I don't use my water. I gave my bong to my daughter, and it was a water bong. It was a recycler, and it was this tall, give or take. But it was a recycler, so it's designed so that the water, even if you inhaled hard, the water would go back down as opposed to going up into your mouth. And I kept it in my refrigerator for a long time, but I had so much marijuana paraphernalia and all of it got dirty. All of it was dirty. I bought 50 glass, these 50 glass one hitters, but they were more than one hitters that you could pack a lot in there. But there are these 50 bats, we can call them bats, 50 glass bats that I had a dispenser for. I got it for like $60 on Amazon, and they all arrived intact. None of them were broken. And so I'm like, this is going to be great. You know, I'm always going to have one clean. Well, it's like very quickly they all got dirty. Not quickly. I mean, I don't know how long it took, but so they were all dirty. I'm like, oh, this one's dirty. I'm just going to grab another one out of the dispenser. Well, it's got overwhelming when they were all dirty, and everything else was dirty. I have Zeppelins, which are metal. I could describe them, but I've got Zeppelins, and then I bought like 6 of them, then I bought another 6, and then I bought 12. So I have whatever amount that is, 24. I got 24 Zeppelins. They were all dirty, and then I've got all these other different marijuana paraphernalia, different devices that I smoke marijuana out of, and all of my glass bowls and everything was dirty. It got overwhelming to the point where I didn't want to clean any of it. I was just like freaked out. Like all my dishes were dirty, kind of thing. It happens, like mental illness. Everything gets dirty, and I know it's going to take some time to clean it. I keep hearing clicking. Oh no, that's in my ear. There's a clicking noise. I keep hearing a clicking noise. That's in my ear. I can hear it when I talk. So I gave away a whole crapload of my marijuana paraphernalia. Because I switched over to, I only smoke joints now. That's the only thing I smoke. I roll joints, and that is the only thing, because the marijuana, there's no paraphernalia. You don't have to clean anything. I mean, you got an ashtray, but there's no There's no device that you have to clean afterwards, and that's why I smoke joints. That's why I use something else if I didn't have to clean it. I don't want to clean it. So it's just joints, forever joints. I used to use the pre-made cone ones. This is fucking autism, and my autism really pisses me off sometimes, but it makes me do things that I don't want to do. It makes me not do things that I want to do. For example, I have these cones, the pre-made cones that are already rolled to put your basil in, the pre-rained cone papers, and I had everything I needed in order to pack the cone ones in there. You know, I had the little stand that holds them in there, and I had the correct funnel that you use to put them all in there, and then I have the pokey stick thing that's tapered so that it fits perfectly in there for when you're packing the cones. And I preferred the cones over actually rolling them. But here's the problem: was when I was talking about it to the camera, which is there, I would say I rolled a joint, or I rolled this joint. But the thing is, you don't roll them. There's actually no rolling involved. It's packing. So you're packing a joint. In that terminology, I can't make that work in my head. I can't say I packed a joint. I can't say that. It doesn't sound right. That means that sounds like I have a really awesome nightclub, but that's because it just doesn't make sense. I packed the joint. It's like, here's a joint I packed. I just can't say it. I want to say here's a joint that I rolled, but you don't roll anything, so it's a lie. So I can't say a lie, which is I rolled the joint, and then I don't want to say I packed a joint because it doesn't sound correct. Those are the wrong words. So I have to roll. I got a rolling machine, and I have to roll fucking joints with rolling papers because I have to, in order to say the correct term, here's the joint I rolled. I rolled a joint, I'm going to roll a joint. This rolling a joint. I can't say I packed a fucking joint. And I prefer the cones. The cones are easier, they're faster, they're more efficient. You can get more pot in them, so that I have there's less manufacturing time. And they already have the filters on them. You know, whereas I have to make filters for these. I roll up a piece of paper and I just cut off some. And that's how I make my filter. But anyway, that's mental illness right there. That's not, I mean, who gives a shit about having to say the wrong terminology? I just didn't want to say the wrong word, the wrong thing. I packed a joint. It sounds wrong. I hate the way that works. And I kept having to explain it every time I said, oh, here's a joint that I packed. And I'm like, no, I don't mean, or here's a joint that I rolled. And I say, well, okay, no, technically I didn't roll it. I packed it, but I have a hard time. And every single time I had to explain it because I didn't want to lie. I didn't want to say I rolled a joint when in fact I did not roll a joint. Did I over-explain this? Did I over-explain it enough? Patsy Cline says, gives new meaning to when you say I'm packing, LOL. Yeah, no shit. Hannah says you should try the raw black paper. They are thinner and my preferred rolling paper. Alright, hold on. Amazon raw black papers. Here we go. Classic black, ultra thin, 110 millimeter rolling papers. But what does that mean? Slim? Does that just means that they're less? No, it doesn't fucking matter. Alright, so raw. Add them. There's 6 of them. It's $5.69. Oh no, that's for subscribe. Why would I subscribe? No, hold on. So $5.99 for, so that means they're $1 a piece. Let me add to cart. I don't even know if those are the right size or not. I don't care. It doesn't make any difference. I'm going to my cart. Proceed to checkout. Place order. Okay. I ordered them. I gotta go back to my live stream. Okay, where am I? Okay. Oh, Derico. Hi, Derico. Oh man, there's like a whole crap load of comments that happened. How long was I talking? It feels like I was talking for a long time. Hilda Mouse says clicking noises, aliens, lol. Yeah, that freaks me out. Thank you. Well, now I don't hear it anymore. Thank God. Are the aliens in my head? Where are the aliens? Is there a probe in my mind? Where are the aliens? Are the aliens small and inside my head? Or the aliens have something that's inside of my head? I'm not fucked up. No, let's see here. Cactus Skeleton says, nah, I heard clicking too, not gonna lie. No shit. Well, I don't hear it anymore now, and I don't want to. Joints are superior, says Hannah. Awesome. You should try the raw black paper. I read that. Cactus Skeleton says, why y'all want thin paper? I want thin paper. Hilda Mouse says, I hear Bible pages work in a pinch, LMAO. I've also heard that Bible pages work, just like the really cheap Bibles, like the ones that they have in motels and shit, the really, because they're not going to spend a lot of money on Bibles that they put in there. Those are the ones that are like super thin. You can see the words through them. Those aren't, yeah, but I'm not, I don't, I've never smoked from Bible pages. I've never smoked from any book before. I've used cigars. I heard that if you can use corn husk. If you use a corn husk and you tie it and you wrap it around to make a joint, that's called a spliff. That's what I heard. A corn husk is a spliff. Hannah says, "Get the tin foil." What tin foil? I just bought something. What's the tin? Oh, for my head. I thought you were talking about a marijuana device. Okay, you mean for my head. I don't have tin foil. I got aluminum foil, aluminium foil. So I have that, but I don't want to use it on my head. But I should. I should make myself a head, an alien hat. What do they look like? I need to get in the movie Signs with Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix. They were making aluminum hats specifically for. It's raining here. I can hear the rain. Specifically for the alien invasion, they made hats. So I'd want to make them like that. I'd want to get my hat to be the right one. It's raining here. I can hear the rain. So I can hear the rain because I built a structure that's right outside. There's a door over here behind me. Yeah, I call it the outdoor foyer. No, so I open up my back sliding door, and then I built this little structure right there, and it's got plastic walls and a plastic roof, so you can hear the rain. But it's weatherproof. It's dry, which is nice. You walk out there when it's raining, it's dry, and then it kind of walks down like a hallway. It just goes down the side of my house, and then it turns, and then it enters into scaffolding. I have mason scaffolding, is what it is, but it's scaffolding that you use on a construction site. And it's like, I don't know how tall it is, 10 feet tall, I want to say. But it's like 7 foot wide by 5 foot. And I built a small little room that's with some tall ceilings in it, out of the scaffolding that's outside. And I was just thinking about, well, I could just get up and walk out there while it's raining. I used to really love this room. I really loved this room that I had built out there. Especially when it was cold out, when it was brutally cold outside and I was in there, it was great. I just really like because I was like it's because out you can see outside of the weather in all four directions. You can just it's 100. It's all the way around. The dog liked coming out there with me. It was a good time. I missed this room, but I was just thinking about, like, I could just walk out there. I just thought about it right now. I'm like, I could just walk out there and go sit in the room because I like the room because it's raining. I don't hear the rain anymore. My credit card was just charged. Synchrony alerts. Synchrony alerts. It tells me when my credit card is being used. My Amazon card for $6.24, which is how much my total price was on my 6 raw black papers. 6 packages of raw black papers. I've got a bunch of these right here, which are raw classic. I don't know exactly what they are. The end is the flap isn't on there because it's been ripped off here because when my daughter comes over and my daughter's boyfriend come over, he'll roll a joint and he's used to ripping this part off right here and using it as a filter, and I'm like, oh no, hold on, I got filters. That's what I have. I take a piece of 11-inch paper and then I folded the 11-inch paper into, I just fold it back and forth and then wrap it around, and then I cut it off, and then it's this long, it's 11 inches long, and then I just cut off a little bit of it every single time I roll a joint, and that's how much I have left off of 11-inch paper, and I don't know how many times I've done that, but it's definitely more than just that one. Oh, I got some of my roaches right here. This is just a whole bag of roaches right there from smoking, because I could just throw them away, but that's like, I don't know how much that is, but that's at least 20 bucks worth of pot right there. I mean, that's something. And it was so hard to get marijuana back in the day that, having this, if I would have had this back, and that would have been so fucking thrilled to have that when I wanted marijuana and I couldn't find it. So I keep looking at that bag, I keep filling up roaches in there. Like someday, when I'm desperate, I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna cut them all out. Because that's some good pot in there, because that's a whole lot of the pot, all the other stuff that was going through that part at the end. So that's like all the resin and shit that's coming through, all was filtered through that part of the. So that's some good stuff. And it's already rolled, so really I could just cut open a few of them and drop it right back into my rolling machine. And then just roll another joint with it. Wouldn't be hard. I remember I kept thinking I'll just cut all this out and I'll put it into a glass bowl, and then I'll just hit my water bong with it, but I stopped using the water bong. I realized the water bong was a real problem for me because I smoked too much pot too quickly. And I was hitting the water bong all the time. It was all the time. But I'd get so high, and then that would be bad for my complex post-traumatic stress disorder. My mind would go to dark places. But I was in such a shitty place that I wanted it to go into a dark. I wanted things to get worse, because things were so bad that if they had gotten just a little bit worse, then shit just would have been over. So it's like you get to the point where you just want it to be worse, just so it will stop. Because getting better is so fucking hard. It's just so fucking hard to get better. It takes so long to get better. Just a little bit better. Anyway, I had to stop using my water bong because I kept it in my refrigerator. It fit perfectly on the shelf. It was fantastic, so it was always cold. But I kept the bowl outside of the refrigerator, but I kept the bong inside of the refrigerator, so the water was always cold, and I just put the bowl in there, I'd smoke it, inhale, and then I pull the bowl back out, and I had a little stand that I made that the bowl just sat in, so it sat sticking up. It was just a block of wood with a hole in it. There wasn't anything fancy about it, but it wouldn't knock over. It was heavy. And then I put the bong back, and every single time I did, I wasn't thinking. I'd open up the refrigerator, I put the bong back in there after I just took a big hit, and I'm holding the bong hit in for as long as I can, and I kept exhaling into the refrigerator. And it bothered the shit out of me that I kept doing that. I'm like, fuck, I gotta stop doing that, because all it's gonna do is make this shit sticky. It's gonna make everything fucking thing in the refrigerator sticky. Because I'm just blowing resin in there, and it's just gonna condense on every single thing that's in there. Every single thing that's in there is gonna condense on. But I kept exhaling directly into my fucking refrigerator, and it just bothered the crap out of me that I kept doing. I'm like, son of a bitch, I fucking did it again. Sometimes I'd exhale in the middle, I'd stop, like, and I'd blow off to the side. Like, and I'm like, fuck, I fucking did it again. So that water bong was not good for me. Large amounts of marijuana at one time is not. It's not good for me. It's bad for me. Small amounts of marijuana. Holy shit! It was 7 o'clock when I just looked at the clock a little while ago. It was 7 o'clock. It is 8:15. I gotta get up at 3 o'clock in the morning. Everybody at my work has been getting to work an hour early for 2 weeks. There was a mandatory, everybody's got to get into work 2 hours early. And they told everybody that worked there, but they forgot to tell me. Nobody told me to come in. So here I am coming in at my normal time, 6 o'clock, but they were supposed to come in at 5 o'clock. I got to get up at 3 to get there at 5. And so it's like five. So like I look like I'm special or something. Like the rules don't apply to me. Like I think I'm just above the rules. I'm not above the rules. Nobody fucking told me. So one of my bosses was talking on Monday saying something about 5 o'clock for the past 2 weeks, and I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about 5 o'clock for the past 2 weeks? And he's just like, oh, well, you didn't tell me. And he's like, oh. So today was the first day that I was in there at 5 o'clock. I was wondering why so many cars were there when I first got there, because normally there's like 2 cars in there in the parking lot, but there's always cars in the parking lot. Do I smoke more pot and then go to bed? Will that help me sleep? No clue. What? I'm not hearing voices. That wasn't real convincing at all, was it? Patsy Cline says Hilda emoji. Patsy Cline 3 messages earlier said James emoji emoji. I don't know what that means. Oh man, the messages fell off. I didn't read them in time. Hold on. Hilda Mouse said, yeah, don't smoke too much. You'll end up like me and vomit to the point of hospitalization. That I've not had. I've not had nausea from getting too much, from consuming too much marijuana. And I'm going to say consuming, because that's going to be all marijuana consumption I've had. Even when I did, oh, that's not true. Wait, hold on. I had some edibles that I got, that I ate. Well, they were like Rice Krispie treats is what they were. But they're Rice Krispie treat edibles, but they were not good Rice Krispie treats just in general. But I'm like, I didn't want to waste them, so I ate these Rice. They were just, and that made me feel sick. But I think it was the crap that was the marijuana was in. I don't think it was the marijuana, but I've consumed a lot of marijuana edibles. Fico is some serious shit. If you want to get some serious shit, if you want to get serious with your marijuana, get Fico. Full extract canna oil. It's already been decarboxylated or activated, depending on your point of view. So it has THC in it. It doesn't have THCA. It's already been converted into THC. So you know exactly how much you're getting, and that shit is super fucking concentrated stuff. I want to say it was 1,000 milligrams. No, 700 or something like that. It was like 700 milligrams. I'm not 100% sure how much was in it. It's like a little syringe, and it's like there's not much there. It's like, but you got to squeeze it out, and it's fucking thick. So it's like I was two hands squeezing it because my hands don't work so good. I put it into some empty capsules. I got empty capsules. They're really cheap. I had some empty capsules, and then I put it into two, and I wound up taking two of them. I took the whole tube. I was going for overdose. I was trying to OD on marijuana. It did not work. It was not good for this right here. It was super bad. There's been more than one time that I'm like, I'm gonna see how much I can consume at one time. So I want to say I did 1.5 of the Ficos. And that was bad. I mean, I went into some dark spots right there. I got all paranoid and panicky. Like I felt like I could have had a panic attack right there. But here's how you get through a panic attack. Here's how you get through it from marijuana. If you feel like you've had too much drugs and you start to freak out, what you want to do. It might be easier to explain if somebody else does it. Hold on, I gotta think about this. Fucking A, just shut up and say it. Okay, so if someone around you is having too much drugs and they're starting to freak out, here's what you do. It's real simple, and this works on yourself too. You would just say, even if you've known them your whole life, you want to say, "What's your name?" and have them say what their name is. Like, so for me, and so I've said this to myself, "What's your name?" Walton. So one voice says, "What's your name?" And I would answer, "Walton." And the voice would say to me, "Walton, it'll wear off." So this is the conversation you want to have without someone else. You want to say, "What's your name?" And then they tell you what the name is. You want to say their name to them, and you want to say, "It'll wear off." And you just keep saying that. If someone more they start to panic, you just got to keep saying that. It'll wear off. It'll wear off. So that's the key to calming down the panicky when you have too much of the drugs, which is very easy to do when you have edibles. With edibles, it's easy to take too much when you have edibles. If you're unfamiliar with edibles, it's good. Most I want to say everybody at one point or another does too much edibles because you can take them, and depending on what it is, it can take a while to kick in, and sometimes it can take over an hour to kick in. Like you don't feel shit. And I'm like, man, I don't feel anything. I mean, I've ate an entire bar of chocolate and I didn't feel anything. So I started on the next bar of chocolate before I'm just like, oh God. And then it starts kicking in, and then it's like really, I'm like, oh God, and now it's kicking in, and it's like you know that it's just gonna keep kicking in more because you kept fucking eating the candy bars. You go, oh man, my edible's kicking in, and then it's just gonna keep on kicking in. I haven't had any edibles in a while. I can make edibles. I've got everything in the world to make edibles. I have a Levo infuser, which is what it is, and it's a machine, kind of like a coffee maker, is what it is. But everything, it's all up in the carafe that's in the top of the machine right there. You put in your marijuana, and then it cooks it up to, it decarboxylates it. It turns it from to THCA into THC. In order to turn the THCA into THC, you've got to activate it, which includes heat. So you have to get it up to like 170. You know, ovens don't go that low, so you don't want to put your marijuana into an oven in order to activate it because it will burn off all the trichomes that you're trying to. That's what you want. You don't want to burn off the trichome. Trichomes are good. So the THC, so you put it in the machine, it cooks it to a thing, and now it's activated. Now you could pick up the marijuana right there, and you could literally eat it, and you will get high. Don't, but you could. And in the little container right there, you add whatever you want to add in order to get the trichomes off of the plants. Like you can add, I've made oil, any kind of oil. Do you want to put in there olive oil? Is what I normally use. But at the end, I started making honey the last time I used it. I put honey in there. Like, I buy jars of honey and then I fill up honey in there. Oh, God, that was dangerous. Let me tell you, because it was so fucking good. I'm eating it, the honey out of with a fucking spoon. I'm just eating the honey, nonstop eating the honey, just because it was so good. And like, if it was in oil, I'm not gonna do that with oil. I'm not gonna nonstop eat fucking oil. But I'm gonna nonstop eat fucking honey. So then it cooks it. It cooks the honey in there. And it's got a thing that spins. And then you and then it comes out. So I can make my own edibles. So I can make it into butter, and I can make it into oil. And then you use butter and or oil to make whatever you want. So if you wanted cookies, you would use your butter, your infused butter or oil to make cookies. So that's how you make edibles. You make it into one. You decarboxylate. No, you infuse it into one ingredient and use that one ingredient to make other things. So, flower, marijuana flower, the stuff the green shit that you smoke, that's got THCA. So when you read it on the side of it, it's got THCA, but it doesn't have THC. There's no THC in marijuana flower. It's THCA because it's not been activated yet. When you smoke it, you get it hot, it burns. That's how you activate it. Fire activates it, and then you inhale it. And it goes on. So you go from THCA into THC. So, like, vapes, when you vape, that's got THCA in it. That doesn't have THC, it's got THCA. So you got to heat it up, and then that turns it from THCA into THC. So when you're reading the side of your vape, it doesn't say it has THC in it, it has THCA. And you lose a little bit. So the percentage, say it's got, so like the flower that you're smoking is 25% THCA. Well, the amount of actual THC in there is going to be a little bit less than that, depending on lots of factors. So you're not going to have 25% THC. You're going to just be if it's 25% THCA. That's just the way this shit works. But things like edibles have THC in them because it's activated. You can just eat it. You're good to go. And things like tinctures, like lotions and shit that you put on you, or patches. You ever seen the patches? That's got THC in it. Fico, full extract canna oil, which is this like it's this dark syrupy stuff, and it tastes terrible. But I've eaten it. That's got THC in it because you can just consume it. You do not want to smoke Fico. That's not good. But vape's got THCA because it hasn't been activated yet. What else is there? There's other stuff. There's other ways of consuming it. I just don't know what they are. Oh man. There was a dropper of stuff. I don't remember what it was. But you put it under your tongue type of thing and then you would swallow it. I remember that when I first got my medical marijuana card in Missouri. It was legal medicinally before marijuana was legal medicinally before it was legal recreationally. So I had my medical marijuana card for many years before it became recreational. And it was awesome. I had my daughters get their medical marijuana cards as soon as they were able to get it. No, they were 19, I want to say. I think they're both 19. They weren't 18, they were 19. So you can get your medical marijuana card at 18 years old. You can still get a medical marijuana card in Missouri at the age of 18 right now, even though you can't recreationally smoke marijuana or have marijuana until you're 21. You can get one medicinally at 18. You just got to call one of the doctors on the phone, or you have a Zoom call, is what it is. You can just set it up online and you just say, this is who I am. And you say, what's your issue that you have? And it's really simple. You just say, insomnia. I can't sleep. And that's all it takes. You don't need any kind of doctor's notice or anything like that, for not sleeping. You say you can't sleep, they're going to prescribe you marijuana. That's all there is to it. It's really simple. They're not going to say, okay, we need you to have a doctor's notice that says that, you know, you can't sleep. That's just not a thing. That just doesn't happen. There is no doctors. The doctors don't perform tests to see if you can or can't sleep. That's just not a thing. There's like sleep clinics that you can go to, but if you go to your regular doctor, they're not going to, and you say that you can't sleep, they'll just prescribe you something. They're not going to, there's no test that they can give you. I can get like a blood test to find out, oh no, you're not sleeping. Take your blood test to find out if it's insomnia or something. That's not how they diagnose insomnia. You just say you can't sleep. So I had my daughters get their cards. So I just thought that was awesome that my kids who were teenagers could legally smoke marijuana, and then there were adults who were over 21 who wanted to smoke marijuana legally and could not. That just made me super fucking happy for some reason that my teenage children could legally do something that the most of the population who were legally adults or over 21 could not do. So I paid for their cards, my kids' cards when they got their cards, their medical marijuana, and we all went as a family, and we got the marijuana. So my kids, for the first time my kids ever got high, they were with me when they got high, and I'm not saying I'm a bad influence on them. I probably am, but at least and they were at home too, so they weren't out somewhere. They weren't with strange people smoking. They have no idea what. They were at home. They were with me, and they were smoking exactly what it was, and I'm like, and I made damn sure that it wasn't way too much of anything. It was just, all right, let's try this, and now let's just see what happens. That kind of situation. So the first time that my kids ever got high, probably the first, second, third, fourth, I don't know how many off, but it was more than one time. They were my kids were with me as opposed to being out and about like in driving or some shit like that. The first time that my kids drank alcohol ever, they were with me, and they were at home. The first time my kids got drunk, they were with me, and they were at home. And then when one of my daughters got drunk first, both of my kids were drinking. I made mixed drinks for them, and I'm like, here we go, we're gonna do this. My one daughter's like, I want to drink, and my other daughter's like, I want to get drunk because she wanted to see what being drunk was like. And I'm like, all right, we're gonna do this. And like, I'm gonna show you. You're gonna show you what it's like. So I made mixed drinks, and I made a bunch. I made several of them. I just made small quantities of mixed drinks, like shots of mixed drinks. And I'm like, here, try this one. Here, try this one. Here, try this one. Find one that you like, and then. Because both of my daughters were trying them, and my one daughter was drinking, but she stopped. She's like, I don't like any of these drinks, and I'm like, yeah, a lot of them are acquired taste. Then my one other daughter, she found a drink that she likes, and I'm like, all right, I'll make you a big drink of it. So I made her a big drink of this one here, and my daughter was drunk, and it was kind of funny. It was really funny actually, because she was funny. She was funny when she was drunk. And then luckily, I told him, I told my other daughter, and I'm like, all right, you stop drinking, you're sober. I'm going to go to bed because I normally go to bed early. And my daughters were up for hours and hours later than me, always. And I'm like, you're going to be responsible for her because the two of you wanted to drink. So my one daughter had to take care of my other daughter when she was drunk. Oh man, but my one daughter was struggling with the fucking chairs. The fucking kitchen chair. The kitchen chairs are they're drafting height chairs. They're office chairs, like the one that I'm sitting in right here, except for they're super tall and there's a foot ring that goes on there, but they still go up and down. They just go up and down a lot, when they're all the way down. It's like sitting in one of these regular size chairs when it's all the way up. But then when it goes up a lot. So my daughter was like really struggling with this chair. And she somehow grabbed the lever that dropped it all the way down, and that turned into a huge ordeal. I don't remember exactly what happened because they told me, but my daughter like really struggled with the chair. She fell out of the chair. There was a problem. She wound up hitting the table with, I think, her face. I'm not 100% sure. But my other daughter said it was fucking hilarious. And then my one daughter who got drunk, who was drunk, she had a hangover the next day, and she was not happy with her hangover at all. She was unhappy. She said she felt really sick and she didn't like it. And I'm like, well, just remember that when you drink, you're going to have a hangover. So you just need to be prepared to lose the next day. Because I'm like, it took my daughter a long time to recover from that. I'm like, that's what it's like. Yeah, your hangover is probably going to last longer than your drunk was. Yeah, alcohol's fun. Alcohol, it takes away the water from your brain. Like when you dehydrate your brain for some fucking reason. And then when you drink water trying to rehydrate yourself, the last place the water goes back is your brain. So it fucking hurts. Your headache fucking hurts because you're so damn dehydrated. They've got these. Oh man, I gotta fucking go to bed, don't I? I didn't smoke any more pot either. I just keep talking. They have my daughters and I went to a drip bar. If you ever been, the place was called the Drip Bar, but it was a place that sold IVs. They gave you an IV, and we went there for like a vitamin ID. I don't know what it was, just an IV with vitamins and shit in it. And I felt no different. I was expecting to feel different. I did not. And there are people who have like memberships there. They come in and get IVs all the time. But they have IVs for this I thought was awesome. They have IVs that they can give you before you go drinking, and then they have IVs they can give you after when you got a hangover. You can go in there and get an IV and to help fix yourself. And nicer hotels do this too. They come up to your room with an IV. They'll give you an IV in your room. So you can just say, I'm going out drinking. I'm going to go drink IV. And they'll come up there and they give you an IV. And then you just got to sit there and wait until the fluids go in. And then you go out drinking. And the next day you can be this would be awesome, I think, in my opinion. You're like so hungover in your room. You don't even have to fucking get out of bed. And they will come into your room and give you an IV. You don't have to get out of bed. You can be so fucking hungover and they will come right on in, stick that needle in, and they will give you an IV right then and there while you're in bed. I'm like, wow, that sounds great. If I ever went somewhere, with a hotel that, drank stuff. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Maybe if I ever go on a cruise, they'll have that on a cruise. Or if I ever go to Las Vegas, and I don't see myself ever doing either one of those things, because I've got agoraphobia. I don't leave the house. I'm smoking basil before going to bed. I hear that clicking noise that was in my ear. I was talking about something. I was distracted by the clicking noise, but I didn't stop what I was doing. Now I don't hear it. I wonder what the fuck that was. Oh, never mind. That was aliens. That's right. So I'm smoking basil, and before I go to bed, in order to get the so I'll have this will all kick in once I'm laying down. I've already brushed my teeth and took my contacts out. Score, man. I just have to walk over that way and turn out a light. And I got my battery for my night light that's in my room, because if I don't have the night light on in the room, it's too dark for live streaming. You have no fucking idea what you're looking at. So I have to go that way and turn off one light. I'm telling myself what I need to do. I have to pick up this phone, that whole stand right there that phone is on, this Dodge. And then turn off this light right here. I'm going to turn off the light and I'm going to show you. This is how this shit works. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. Do I need to keep smoking that? Yeah, I'm going to smoke it in the dark. All right, I'm turning the light out. Don't freak out. All right, so this is the perfect brightness right here, but this is because the TV is on right over here, and it's on a delay. So when the light goes off on that TV, it's going to get darker over here. And when it gets darker over here where it's recording, this one over here on the delay is going to get darker again too. So it just starts stair-stepping down in brightness. So right now it's like at the perfect brightness, I think. It's fantastic. But then it's going to get darker, and it gets darker, and it gets darker, and it gets darker, and it gets darker. But I'm on one hell of a delay apparently over there, so we're good to go. There we go. So that's the delay on it. So now this is too dark. Anyone have any ideas for A Very Nutty Christmas, a book I started writing based off comments in here? Nutty Christmas? Do you have peanut butter in there? Or other nut butters? Is walnut butter a thing? It's just going to keep getting darker, the screen. So this one gets darker, and that one gets darker, and this one gets darker, and that one gets darker. Is there food involved? How much food is in your... There's got to be food, right? It got another darkened. Is there drugs? Drugs are bad. Is there mental illness? Mental illness is bad. You see, now it's too dark on there. I can barely, all I see is this weird looking chick with facial hair on the screen. Yeah, she's not pretty. I will put food, and yes, walnut butter is a thing. No shit, walnut butter is a thing. Is that a food? That doesn't seem like a food. Oh wait, walnuts are food. Walnut, yeah, never mind, that does seem like a food. I wish my bedroom furniture was made out of walnut. Oh no, my battery is dying. My bedroom furniture is made out of oak. Because oak was, I want to say, $780 cheaper than walnut. But I wanted to make it out of walnut. Because I love walnut. Walnut's fantastic. The striking contrasts in the wood, because it's like there's dark spots and very light spots right next to each other. It's awesome. But I had already spent, I don't know how much I'd spent on my bedroom furniture. I think I would spent $900 on the materials alone. There's electrical running through my bedroom furniture. I have a bed, and I have 2 nightstands, and I have a dresser and a chest. I made it all. It's nice. Like, that's my claim to fame. I did make that before my mind broke and I couldn't make stuff anymore. Man, it's really getting dark in here. I don't like it. And then, but there's electrical in all of it. I'm not an electrician, but I added outlets in there, and then the wires run through. I used to have a TV in there, and I never watched it. I never watched this TV ever. It was on the wall, but I never turned it on. If I was gonna look at anything, I'd look at my phone. So I had a TV on the wall, but I took it off. And I had the wires running through the wall down into the dresser. Because at one point in time, I had a DVD player in there, and I don't know why. I never watched a DVD in there, not one time. I don't even know if I put a DVD into the DVD player. And then for some reason I thought I was going to get a cable box. Is that even a thing anymore? And put a cable box in there, but I want to. Did I have a cable box? I don't think I had a cable box when I was here. I got Netflix. I'm turning the light on, don't freak out. I'm not a girl. I might have looked like I had a feminine silhouette because I have long hair. I need to go to bed. So do I. Okay. It's still dark on my phone. It's still dark on the TV. Alright, I'm getting up. You go that way, and you go that way. Stop stalling, get up. If the dog is comfortable, it's a terrible reason. Is it? Yes, get up. The dog will go with you. Okay, I can carry him first. Yeah, but he can walk on his own. Yeah, but I can just carry him. He'll wait there. I mean, all I have to do is turn that and then do that and then grab that, right? Yeah, just put the dog on there first. Just move the dog. Okay. Do it. Go. 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 Okay. There he is. He was asleep. I'm sorry, buddy. I hate to move his comfy blanket off of him. Alright. I know. Oh my god, you're so fucking heavy. And you're awkward. Got him. Here he is. Yoshi's my buddy. He's making weird noises. Like I'm inconveniencing him. I'm so sorry, buddy. Holy crap, he's really warm. He smells like a dog, too. Oh, maybe I can ask my daughter to give that dog a bath for Christmas. Because I don't do it. I don't like doing it. Okay. I'm coming back. I gotta turn off 2 lights. Grab a phone. I grabbed a phone. Lights off. Boom. Alright. Now I gotta turn off the TV. Oh no, the great walnut has fallen into slumber. Now he can't catch the trolls. What trolls? Is there a troll? All hail the greatness of Yoda. That was Hilda Mouse and Zane Shalabi. Said the previous one. Are there trolls? Yeah, there's some trolls at nighttime, let me tell you. I'm amazed at how many times I read the comments in the morning that people leave while I'm sleeping where people say things like, wake up. And I'm like, well, how am I supposed to hear that? I can't. Hi, buddy. Okay, I gotta hit the charge on this one. This one is dying. Bam. Alright, I gotta hit the charge on this one. Bam. Did that say 53%? How is it at 53%? Didn't I just disconnect that? Okay. I already brushed my teeth and took my contacts out. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? Woof. 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 Bark. Woof. Woof. Bark. Woof. 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 Yep. My sheets have a rip in them. The rip is getting larger every time I get up. There's 3 rips now in the same place. It's down near my feet though. It's really strange. So this is the last time I'll be using these sheets, which is nice. I don't have to wash them. I'm gonna throw them away. I'll throw away the dirt too. Okay, I've got this is my more comfortable burrito blanket laying right here. And then my less comfortable other comforter right here. And the reason that I have this one right here, which is kind of in a ball shape, it's because I have a dog. I was hoping he was going to show you and just lay there, but he crawled over halfway and then he stopped. I don't know what his deal is here. Come on, lift his other leg over. There we go. Okay. As soon as he lays down, unless he wants to put his butt in my face. Okay. Come on. Okay. I'm covering him up because he wants to be covered up. Hi there. Are you coming out? Okay. I got him. His head is out. That's my puppy. I feel like I want to use my nasal cleanser. I talked about it earlier. I won't. That's a lot of work. I'm tired. I don't know if I'm tired or not. I need to go to sleep. I have to get up at 3, which is in 6 hours and change. Oh.
Come here. Sweet boy. Come here, puppy. Come here. Are you licking my? Stop licking my pillow. You should be